Toomey. This is Ed from IT. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Hi, Missy. This is Ed from IT. Can you hear me now?
Hey, Ed, I could hear you before. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Perfect. Thank you.
Yay, thank you.
All right, everyone, it's 4, so let me know when you're ready. And no, this isn't. Give me a second here, guys.
Okay, we are ready on our end.
Okay, fantastic. Everybody else ready? Kateri? Very good. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the City of Delray Beach's regular commission meeting, scheduled for 4 p.m. Tuesday, February 9th, 2021. A shout out to my twin boys who just turned 21 today. This is a virtual meeting, and please call the roll.
Mr. Frankel?
Present.
Ms. Cassell?
Here.
Mr. Boylston?
Here.
Ms. Johnson?
Present.
Mayor Petrolia?
And I am here. Let's stand for the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for that. Moving on to agenda approval.
Motion to approve.
There we go.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Okay, we have no presentations today, so we're moving on to the comments and inquiries, starting off with the city manager's response to prior public comments and inquiries, if she has any.
I don't have any at this time, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Ms. Kateri Johnson, do we have anything from the public?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Okay, what's going on?
IT, can you make sure that the sound box is unmuted? Because no sound is coming through.
I'm not seeing it. Hey, Kateri, is it in the meeting? I'm not seeing it.
You're not seeing it. Okay. Mayor, give us just a moment, please. Mayor, would it be possible to take a quick, we need to take at least a 5-minute break so that we can get this sound box working properly, if you don't mind?
Not at all. We'll take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 10 after 4, please.
Okay.
All right, Kateri, how are we doing? Kateri, are we still up?
Mayor, I apologize. I have IT here right now. We're just trying to figure out what the problem is.
Actually,
Give you until 15 after then. Let's give you another 4 minutes. How about that?
Okay, thank you.
okay. Oh, hey, please unmute me. I'm ready to go.
Is it ready? Are we?
Yeah, because you're on right here. So
Unmuted?
they just need to unmute you.
Okay, IT, can you unmute me now, please?
Oh, this is
it now?
CK agenda comments.
That's it.
Did I call it CK or just agenda?
That's it.
There's just one in before.
He just unmuted it, so let's see.
No, it still looks muted here though. Let's see.
Hey, Kateri, what is it called? Is it CK Agenda?
Yes. Do you see it?
I'm not seeing it, no.
Okay.
Hold on, we'll try again. So you can see
Ed, do you see agenda comments?
under the attendees.
I do now. I see agenda comments. Let me unmute it.
Okay, okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Dorcas Lucien.
Okay, Mayor, I apologize, but we are ready. Okay, Mayor, we are ready to go. I'll go ahead and start playing the comments.
My address is 229 Southeast 2nd Avenue, Delray Beach, Florida, 33483. I have my business in the community, and I've been in the community for almost 31 years. I'm calling about the agenda item 9A, Ordinance 0321, regarding the text amendment in the CBD Railroad Subdistrict. I really support the project because I support the project for the 301 project because I think it's gonna be good for the community. It's gonna create a lot of jobs for them, and it's gonna make values in our building. And I truly, truly believe that. And a lot of people in my community, they also support this project. Thank you very much. God bless.
I was sworn in. My name is James Quinn. My address is 925 Southeast 2nd Avenue, Osceola Park, Delray Beach, Florida. Item number is 9A, 301 project. I speak for the neighborhood as the president of the Homeowners Association. We support item 9A, the 301 project. The residents have repeatedly called in to voice their support for this project. The residents have repeatedly signed their support on petition after petition for this 301 project. However, once again, there seems to be a failure of communication with certain commissioners. This project is directly next to the railroad tracks in the most blighted area of all of Delray Beach. No matter how many times certain commissioners say it, an approval will not set a precedent. It is disingenuous to continue to say otherwise. How come we don't have more worthing places if this lie is true? It is wrong for certain commissioners to be against this project when they voted for the 64-foot food hall on Atlantic Avenue. This project, 301 project, is smaller in density than many buildings north and east of its proposed site. This project is exactly what this area needs desperately. Once again, my neighborhood is put in the position of asking the city of Delray Beach to get out of the way of private development. The city has had over 25 years to do something for this blighted area. The city has had its chance. It is now time to get out of the way. Please support this project. Thank you.
My name is Ken Rock. My address is 217 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Delray Beach, 33483. And I'm calling about agenda item 9A, ordinance 3-21. And I am in favor of the applicant's request for the 301 project.
This is a comment. My name is Gail Lee McDermott. I am at 721 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Delray Beach, Florida, 33483. I wish to make a comment on the 301 project, agenda item 9A, ordinance 03-21. I would hope the commission would finally approve this to go forward. This is a smart development. It is where it should be. Thank you very much. Gail Lee McDermott, 721 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Delray Beach.
Yes, I was sworn in. My name is Albert D. Thorpe Jr. I live at 901 Southeast 4th Avenue, Delray Beach, Florida. I'm calling in support of Agenda 9-A, Ordinance 03-21. This project seems to be exactly what we need to clean up this blighted area of Delray. I strongly urge you to pass this agenda and go forth and clean this area up. Thank you very much. Sincerely, Don Thorpe.
Yes, I have been sworn in, and my name is Thomas Johnson. I own the property at 148 Southeast 1st Avenue in Delray Beach, and I'm calling in regards to agenda item 9A, ordinance 03-21, the text amendment in the CBD Railroad Corridor sub-district. And so I wanted to call and just express my support for the 301 project. My property is right down the street from it, and I would certainly like to see a development like this happen. That's all. Thanks. I do support the project.
Hi, my name is Maureen Excellent, and my business address is 201 Southeast 2nd Avenue, Delray Beach, FL 33483. I'm calling about the agenda item A9 order 03-21 regarding the text amendment in the CBD Reward Period Sub-District and support the application request for the 301 project. Thank you. And the business name is Paradise Service Security Team.
I'm
Yes, hi. I was sworn in. My name is Margaret Keller. I live at 729 Southeast 3rd Avenue, and I am calling in support of agenda item 9A. This is ordinance 3-21. It's the Railroad Corridor Subdistrict, and the project is 301. Okay, thank you very much. Have a great day.
Hello. If this requires being sworn in, I acknowledge the fact that I have been sworn in. I am calling about agenda item 9A, ordinance 03-21, regarding the text amendment for the CBD Railroad Corridor Subdistrict, and I'm in support of it. My name is Kurt Beeman. My address is 111 Southeast 2nd Street, 102, Delray Beach, Florida, 33444. Again, that's Kurt Beeman. My address is 111 Southeast 2nd Street, Suite 102, Delray Beach, Florida, 33444. That's KURTLEHMANN. And I, again, in support of the change for the corridor, for the CBD Railroad Corridor Subdistrict. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Andrew Haywood. I live at 314 Southeast 1st Ave, Delray Beach in Osceola Park neighborhood. My house directly is to the west of the Central Business District Railroad Corridor. My house will abut the 301 Southeast 1st Street development if it is approved. I'm calling today about the ordinance 3-21. I approved the ordinance, but I do have a few concerns I wish to address. First, Osceola Park neighborhood already has a large litter problem due to the close proximity to the Ave, the high amount of foot traffic, the industrial zone, a few local convenience stores, lack of trash receptacles, and an inadequate amount of neighborhood beautification. If high-density developments become part of the neighborhood, I think that could exacerbate the issue further. How would this city address the litter issue now and in the future? My second issue is the Osceola Park neighborhood is undergoing major infrastructure updates with already traffic calming measures planned. I think it would be good to review those traffic measures again in any areas surrounding any new developments. If the ordinance 3-21 and 301 Southeast 1st Ave development are approved, I would like to see the traffic to and from the development be funneled away from neighborhood streets into the most direct ways to either Swinton or Federal Highway. I've already mentioned this with the developer, and they seemed agreeable to the idea to work on the traffic in that area. And then finally, if ordinance 3-21 and 301 Southeast 1st Ave development is approved, I'd like the developer to work with the neighborhood and the abutting homes to help make a seamless neighborhood look and feel. Some of the newer developments, they just look like they're plopped down with not very much concern for the houses surrounding them or properties. I think the development and neighborhood should look like they actually belong together. Updates like the sidewalks, landscaping, lighting, and traffic measures could help this and try and make it more of a blended project. I've spoken with the developer about this, and they've been agreeable to addressing this further. But again, I do approve ordinance 3-21. I think it will be a major help to the neighborhood. I've lived here for 16 years, and I'm encouraged to see something actually going on. Thank you. Bye.
That is it for public comment, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Okay, so moving on, we are now at the consent agenda approval.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrova?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
All right, very good. We are now, oh, wait a second, hold on. I feel like I missed something here. No, I didn't. I'm sorry. Okay, so moving on to 7A, which includes a bunch of resolutions, and it's all quasi-judicial. So I'm going to read the quasi-judicial rules into the record first. And this is the this is the workforce housing. How are we going to handle this, Lynn, so that we can make sure that we are doing the right thing with respect to disclosure and also giving time? Are we going to be doing just a one shot for everybody to call in if there's any public comment? How are we working this?
Correct. So 7A is multi-parts, so we can address them all at the same time, and we'll just break for public comment. They're all essentially the same waiver, so we can hold public comment for all of them. And just a reminder, because they're all separate, we have to do each vote separate.
Very good. Thank you so much. So let me read into the record the quasi-judicial rules. This hearing shall be conducted in accordance with quasi-judicial rules. The applicant and the city shall be permitted to present their case. The public will be allowed to speak for 3 minutes each, or a maximum of 6 minutes if the person represents an organization or a group of people who are present but agree not to speak. The city commission, staff, and the applicant will be allowed to cross-examine a witness. The city or the applicant will be allowed to offer a rebuttal testimony. And the decision to approve or deny the application or appeal may not be legally made upon personal views as to whether a project is a good project or not, nor may a decision be based on the number of citizens who support or oppose a particular project. The law requires that all decisions must be made on the basis of whether the project meets the required law of the comprehensive plan and the land use, meets the requirements of law, the comprehensive plan, and the land development regulations. So let's talk about ex parte disclosure. If there's any,
Mayor,
let's start. Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. 7A and 7B are actually the same project. 7B is an appeal of the city engineer's decision. So we'll take 7A and 7B together.
Thank you. So just for anybody who's going to be calling in, we would be calling in on both 7A and 7B for your information. Ex parte communication to the commission. Vice Mayor, we'll start with you.
Nope.
Okay. Deputy Vice Mayor.
Yes, I believe there's something on the server. I haven't really spoken with anyone specifically about it, but I know there are emails.
Okay, very good. And to Commissioner Cassell?
Yes, same for me. I didn't speak to anybody, but I believe I received an email from Mr. Carney.
All right, and Commissioner Frankel?
Yeah, for the record, Mr. Carney, right before 2 o'clock, sent an email. It is addressed to everyone on the city commission, so it's on the city server.
And that would be the same disclosure that I'm making. So to the point of now, let's go to swearing in the witnesses.
Mayor, I just want to join in on that. I haven't seen that email, haven't looked at that email, but apparently I got it.
Yep, you got it. All right, so let's swear in witnesses.
I believe Mr. Carney and Mr. Hinken are on the line for this item.
Okay. By the authority vested in me as a notary of the state of Florida, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, so we'll turn it over to Anthea to submit the project file into the record, and then the applicant will be able to present if they are going to be doing that.
Yes, I'd like to submit file 2021-40 into the record for both the waivers and the appeal. Thank you.
All right, and if someone can make sure that we have Mr. Carney on the line, or...
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, yes, sir.
Oh, there you go. Can you see me?
No.
I don't know how to do that. Oh, wait a minute.
Okay.
You said, wait a minute. Let me see.
Okay.
There I go. Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Oh, there we go. Good. I'm going to try to do these. Well, since the city attorney has pointed out that they are kind of related to each other, so I'm going to just do them in one presentation, but they are separate in terms of your consideration. The first is Anthea, if you could just do I don't know how, are you moving the?
Yes.
Okay, if you could just move the next one, and so I can show where everybody this is. This is right off of, I think you all know this project. It's right off of George Bush Boulevard as you come up Palm Trail. This is where the building is located. Anthea, if you could do the next one. I have the next two. That's everyone knows this building. It's just smack in this residential neighborhood. You got the east and the west locations there. And what we are proposing to do is to essentially demolish this structure. It sits on actually 11 platted lots. The plat was back in 1926, and the reason we're here before you is that these platted lots are just under, with the exception of one of them, just under 50 feet. And as the zoning rules have evolved, these residential lots are technically under your rules, under our rules, non-conforming, but really they are original platted lots. So this is really going back to the original platted lots. Anthea, if you could show the next slide. This is kind of where we're talking about. This is the entire project. As you can see, to the east, west, and north of it, they're all residential properties. And our proposal is to construct 11 single-family dwelling units, but not have them because of the lot sizes. We want a recognition of the historical lot size. We have seen this before in several places, as the staff report points out. We have gone into these older neighborhoods with these 70, 80, 90-year-old plats, and we're really only a couple of inches shy on all of them, which is unfortunate. But otherwise we wouldn't be here. And the proposal would be to construct 11 single-family dwelling units not subject to the workforce housing requirements. We would comply, of course, with the R1A setback rules as we would in any residential neighborhood, but the only thing we're asking for here is a waiver of the requirement to make them workforce housing. If you could do the next slide. This is, and I'm sorry, this is actually thank you for fixing that for me. This is my first attempt at doing a PowerPoint, and I really couldn't get everything right, but this is a copy of the survey. Obviously, it assumes that the building has already been demolished. You'll note in the center of it used to be an old alleyway, a 16-foot alley, which was abandoned 20 years ago or so. And so you see the 11 lots that we have. The upper right-hand corner there is an existing residential house. That one is not part of this proposal. And so these are the 11 lots we were talking about. That upper northwest corner, which is there, which Anthea is pointing out now, is going to be subject to the discussion that we're going to have on the alley dedication issue, which I sent by the way, beautiful email earlier today at 2 o'clock, and I'm sorry that none of you got an opportunity to read it because I really thought it through. But anyway, so that is that is what the lots are going to look like if approved. Anthea, if you could do the next slide. This is kind of just a basic drawing of how we would anticipate the single-family footprints to look. Obviously, we're not married to these, and they're going to be subject to some type of revision. But this is, we really believe that this type of project is really compatible with the neighborhood because, as I said, this is largely, there are some multifamilies there, but I think most who we have spoken to would really like to have single-family homes. I should point out that this property, if we were to decide to just do something totally different, actually by right would be eligible for like 17 townhomes. And the developer has opted to do the single-family homes instead of the townhomes, which and from a density point of view, I actually prefer, and from a look point of view, I actually prefer. And Thea, if you go to the next slide. This is kind of, again, this is just kind of what they would look like. This is actually looking from the west, that the house all the way there to your left is the one that would be on the lot that would be subject to the alley dedication. So, but this is what we're hoping it would look like. We think it adds a lot of value to the neighborhood, and it is consistent with the prior acts of the commission and looking at these old historical lots. Understand that what we're asking here, we are not asking to create a nonconformity. These lots are by plat nonconforming. So we're just trying to go back to the original plat and build the single-family houses, again, subject to the R1A setback rules, et cetera, et cetera. And that's really what we're trying to do here. And I think that's my last slide on this one, is it not, Anthea? Okay, yes. Now, should I go straight into the alley dedication appeal, which was the subject of my beautiful letter at 2 o'clock?
I would say yes.
Okay, here's what we have with this northwest corner. I want you to take a look at this picture, and you can see in the upper, well, in the middle of it is obviously the alley, and that little, so you see to the north of the alley are these existing structures. I want to point out in particular the eastern side of the alley, which you have a brand new house there, which is being pointed to. And I want you to note the setback against that property line, and then the house to the south. And I have some pictures following this, which are going to actually show what they look like. But this is an important photo because what we have is this alley, several years ago when this house was constructed, they were not required to give any dedication to the alley. The city then recognizing, and they had to have made the determination because the land development regulations have not changed since then, that 15 feet was a sufficient alley because it really only served that garage. Understand that this alley serves that garage. I note in the staff presentation, they talk about I found it amusing. They said, and given the two-way vehicular use of the alley, as we go through these photos, you're going to see number one, there is no two-way vehicular use of the alley. The alley is completely unused and undeveloped. But also, all of the homes that are adjacent to and abut this alley are served by city streets. You have McGee to the north, you have Palm Trail to the east, and you have Northeast 9th to the west. So there's no issue of getting city services, there's no issue of safety, there's no issue of anything as it relates to this alley. Secondly, and this is just really going to a matter of fairness. My letter talks about the whole concept of equitable estoppel, and we can argue the point back and forth, but the reality is that the city made the determination a couple of years ago that, at least on the eastern portion of the alley, that there would be, that 15 feet was going to suffice, that they didn't need to take the 2.5. So now we have this lot coming on the western half of the alley. And by the way, this alley, as you see, serves what? 2 lots, east-west? I mean, we're not talking about a significant, traffic flow here, where you would even need or even want to have two-way traffic. But so we're now in a situation where they're saying, well, we want the 2.5 feet there because we may want to make this a 20-foot alley because that's what the code says. Now, I understand that the code is written to cover a citywide type of issues. But, in these older neighborhoods where we're having these platted lots against platted alleys and platted rights-of-way, to come in and now say that this should be 20 feet, number one, is really not justified. And it's certainly not justified when that it was not required for the buildings along the eastern, on the eastern portion of the alley. And there is actually, in fact, in my letter pointed out, there is actually, in fact, strong evidence to suggest that it's actually unsafe to have varying widths on alleyways. So, to now say, well, we're going to have 20 feet on the west side and 15 feet on the east makes no sense. And it actually could be deemed unsafe. And what was interesting when the discussions first occurred is that the conversation was, well, this eastern portion of the alley, that brand new house, that may be developed in 20 years and we'll get the 2.5 feet then. Well, I mean, respectfully, really? I mean, if that's the argument, I mean, really? So, I respect alleys. As you know, I've long been a supporter of paving alleys, including Osceola Park and all that when I was way back when. So I understand the importance of alleys. But 15 feet in this particular location, considering the number of houses it serves, considering the fact that each of the houses is also served by a city road, really is not justified, and is particularly not fair, considering the fact that it was not required for the brand new adjacent properties that abut the eastern portion of the alley. So that's anything else? No. That's my. Oh yeah, and by the way, and we have had the conversation, we do not mind. Oh yeah, Anthony, you can move. That's the one house, that's the alley. Let's do this, okay? That's the other house, right? I'm sorry, Anthea. That's the other house that was just built. Sorry. There's your alley in between. And go ahead, one more. one more. That's a cleaner picture of the alley. And you note, by the way, if you note the structure, if you go back to the first one, which I'm not asking you to do, Anthea, you'll see that the garage is really right up against the overhead, the aerial.
Sorry.
So if you go back there, you'll see really that the structure is right up against, I mean, it's literally on the 10-foot setback there. So it's ridiculous to now assume that they're going to be taking another 2.5 feet from that at some point down the road. So if you can continue, Anthea, bring me forward. I want to show the other portions. I want to show keep going. Yeah, that's the two-way traffic entrance. So I leave it to you to determine whether or not you think that is really a two-way traffic entrance or not. I say that this alley has not been developed. By the way, there's no current plans to develop it, and taking the 2.5 feet now is really, as I said, not justified, not fair, and certainly not consistent with the treatment of the same dwelling units on the eastern portion of the exact same alley, which, as I said, serves very few properties, all of which are also served by city streets. Now, we are prepared, if the issue is the 2.5 feet, if they're worried about whether or not we're prepared to grant a utility easement in that 2.5 feet, we're happy to do that. Because part of the issue was, well, about utility. We're happy to do that because we're still going to have the R1A setback, so there's going to be room there to provide an easement. But to dedicate it now changes my setbacks, changes a bunch of other things, which really, under the circumstances, I don't think is justified. Anyway, that's the end of my dissertation.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Carney.
All right. Okay. All right. So, Cynthia Janiotis, Development Services, for the record. Again, this is going to be agenda items A and B, which relate to the property located 816 Palm Trail. Sorry. A is a series of resolutions. In an abundance of caution, we have drafted one for each lot in question regarding the waiver and lot width in the relation to a non-workforce housing unit. And then resolution number 40-21, which is the topic of 7B, is an appeal of the city engineer's non-support of a right-of-way reduction. So I will just put a few things on the record. The property is currently zoned RM, and it is in the North Palm Trail neighborhood. It is currently unified through a unity of title. However, the underlying plat does remain, which I'll show you in a minute. Our code requires that a residential structure shall not be constructed on any lot within a residential zoning district that has a frontage of less than 50 feet. And then there's a caveat to that says within certain zoning districts, including RM, lots of record that have at least 40 feet of frontage can be used for workforce housing. So here's sort of how it shakes out, that workforce housing units have to have a minimum lot width of 40 feet. There is a slight loosening of the side interior setback to help fit projects on narrower lots as opposed to the 7.5 that's required. Outside of that, whether it's following standard R1A zoning on a conventionally sized lot, all of the requirements regarding setback are the same. Workforce units, again, are restricted to a certain design criteria in section 4.7, and ultimately those designs are intended to ensure compatibility with surrounding neighborhoods. And again, these lots that are developed in this manner have a restricted covenant recorded, ensuring their long-term affordability, which is currently 40 years. This is the subdivision, and the lots in question are in block 5. So this is the lots here, and they're blown up here. And you can see that except for the corners, which were originally platted at 74.8, every single lot was originally platted at 49.89 feet in width. And that is true for the bulk of the Sophia Frey subdivision area. Some of the lots have been agglomerated over time. There's a pretty diverse pattern of development there. However, This is one of those examples where the original plat did not accommodate 50 feet in width for the lots, including, and there's a little bit of a bust between the 2020 survey, which says that lot 9 is 50.12 feet or something like that, versus the original plat that said it was 49.89. So again, I don't know if they're shifted since the 20s or the stakes shifted around, but we are talking inches here. So again, here is the survey, and this is where we're tipping over 50 to 50.12 on lot 9, and the remaining lots in their original plat configuration of 49.88. Interestingly enough, the workforce housing smaller lot standards do suggest that you take access through an alley. Unfortunately, this one has already been abandoned. So again, this is surrounded by residential neighborhoods, but to the south, we do move into commercial uses along George Bush Boulevard. The surrounding neighborhood does have a pretty broad mix of old and new construction, single family duplexes, multifamily. There's lots going on. As you know, this waiver has been considered recently in an area north of the city on North Lake Avenue, and also one in Osceola Park. This is, however, a much larger parcel than was under consideration in those instances. So the code would allow the dissolution of the unity of title for 11 single-family workforce units, or it could be cohesively redeveloped into 17 multifamily units or 17 townhomes, or ultimately a replat to meet current lot standards would yield probably about 9 market rate units without the waiver. So these are kind of the choices. And again, as you're considering the waiver findings, whether allowing the redevelopment of market rate units using the original plat, whether it would adversely affect the neighboring area, whether it's going to affect the provision of public facilities or create an unsafe situation, and is it a special privilege in that the same waiver would have to be granted under similar circumstances for another property or another applicant. And the reason that taking these together is important is because this is where if the right-of-way reduction is not approved and there is a piece that moves from block 9 into the right-of-way, that is enough to move block 9 into the same workforce housing requirement as the rest of the property has. So the current alley in this case is 15 feet wide. Our alley requirement is 20 feet, whether it's in a neighborhood or downtown, it's a 20-foot minimum. And that is established through our LDR section 5.3.1, which references our comprehensive plan, which is where the alley minimum is. So this again, as Mr. Carney pointed out, it's this northernmost lot. This is another property. So, and this is to meet we assess the right-of-way requirement about the center line of the road. Everybody pitches in when they redevelop, theoretically, and this is where 2.5 is being required. So here's why we're here: to obtain a reduction in width for existing streets. The reduction can be granted by the city engineer upon favorable recommendation by the Development Services Management Group, DSMG. And DSMG at this point is comprised of your Development Services Director, which is me, Steve Tobias, who's your Chief Building Official, Hassan Hajimari, who's the Director of Utilities, Missy Barletto, who is the Director of Public Works. Sammy Walthor was in at the time as Interim Director of Neighborhood and Community Services. And so this is DSMG basically hears this and makes a recommendation. Even if everybody else except Patrick Figuerello, the city engineer, thinks it's a great idea, the city engineer and his credentials says, I'm not okay with this, he sort of has veto power. However, this is why we come up here, is that ultimately the reduction in the requirement is not supported by the city engineer. It also did not receive support from the Development Services Management Group. There are existing overhead and underground utilities. There may be the need for more. And, alternatively, it just, the rest of the Development Services Management Group supported the city engineer's denial of a reduction at the time. So the things for you to consider is that this is a parcel that serves not only the applicant, this is an alley that serves not only the applicant's parcel, it does serve the 4 other parcels, 2 of which take alley access to their parking or their lot or something. So it is occasional access. It is certainly this newer piece absolutely takes alley access on a daily basis. 20 feet is considered to be the right figure because it allows for 2 feet of wiggle room for, any kind of above ground utilities and 18 feet to allow for, a tight but passable 2-way pattern. Ultimately, this reduction, the determination has to be made that requiring the full dedication constitutes a hardship in this particular instance, and that all required improvements can be provided in a manner that doesn't endanger public safety and welfare. And the other finding is that an acceptable alternative provisions are made to accommodate features which would otherwise be in the right of way. So you've got the vehicular traffic, the utilities, etc. If you have detailed questions about the width or the necessity of the alley, Patrick Figueroa, who is the city engineer, is available to answer questions. And I believe Hassan Hajimiri is also available for any questions about the utilities that are underground. And that concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
All right, well, this is quasi-judicial, so we're going to take 5 minutes and allow for anybody who would like to call in on 7A or 7B. Please do so now.
Mayor. Mayor, before we do that, if I may, can I ask the applicant to acknowledge that he was sworn in? His microphone was muted at the time, please.
Yes, I was sworn in. Yes, I was sworn in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I appreciate that. Okay, so we're going to take 5 minutes. It is now 4:52. We'll be back at 4:57.
Mayor Petrolia, let me just ask, the rebuttal is going to come after the public comment, correct?
Yes, it will. Absolutely.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes.
I want to address these issues right here.
And your mic is on too.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem. All right, everyone. Ms. Kateri Johnson, did we get any calls in?
No, ma'am, we did not receive any comments.
All right, very good. So we're going to move back to cross-examination. We'll start with the applicant. If there's any cross-examination, and we will then move to rebuttal testimony.
Am I rebutting or what am I doing now?
Your cross first, and then we'll have the city cross, and then we'll
Okay, that's fine. I want to go back to one of the last slides that Anthea pointed out, which really talked about what it references the land development regulations sections 5.3.1A7, and it really talks about the reasons when you can get a reduction. And there were the 2 points that she put up. The first one was the reduction was not supported by the city engineer, and I've outlined that in my letter. Obviously, that is the reason I'm here, is because it wasn't supported by the city engineer. The second was that requiring the full dedication would constitute a hardship in the particular instance, and that all required improvements will be provided in a manner that will not endanger public safety. I don't think there's been any discussion that what we have here that would endanger public safety in any way, shape, or form. In fact, the different sizes of the alley is the only evidence out there, and I gave you the quote there, the AASHTO Green Book Policy on Geometric Design of Highways and Streets thinks that two sizes in same alleyways actually creates an unsafe condition. So if there's any safety issue at all, it would be because you're having two size alleyways. The second was that acceptable alternative provisions are made to accommodate features which would otherwise be accommodated within a right-of-way. Drainage systems, pedestrian walkways, alternative on-street parking. Again, nobody's even suggesting here that those things apply because they're bordered by 3 streets. So there's not really, these are not pedestrian walkways. This is not, we're not looking for alternate on-street parking. We're not looking for any of these things. So really those 2 provisions don't apply. So as a result, the request should be granted because none of these things really apply. The fact is that requiring this particular parcel to give up 2.5 feet is unfair, considering it was just 3 years ago that these other 2 properties were developed and they weren't required to do it. And it's not as though that the giving up these 2 feet is going to solve the city's problem, because then you're going to be left with 17.5 feet on this side, on the west side, still 15 feet on the east side, and then hoping 20 or 30 years down the road, 40 years down the road, the property is getting redeveloped, and suddenly, voila, then you can have your 20 feet. So it's not as though that this giving up this 2.5 feet is going to solve any of the problems or even meet what the code says it wants to have. And by the way, having no difference between alleys in new developments and alleys in historic neighborhoods, and not making any distinguishing on that and forcing people to come through some waiver request doesn't seem to make any sense to me either, because this is a real issue for some of these established neighborhoods. And we are willing, and it's not as though we're not willing to give. If the issue was, well, we may have to have future utilities there, well, fine. We said we'll give you the 2.5 feet. We'll add that to a utility even if that's what you need. By the way, this entire area is, and I'm sure you all have heard it, FPL now is sending notices to almost every single home here. This area is scheduled for all underground lines. So it's just, none of it makes sense to have the 17.5 feet behind this lot, but the other 2 lots are only 15, and by the way, that's okay. So I'm sorry, but I think that the city, when they made their decision not to do the 2 lots or the eastern part of the alley, really are bound by that now, because they've created a 15-foot alley. It is a 15-foot alley, and to try to make it something else just isn't fair.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Is there anything else as far as rebuttal?
Oh, my 3 months.
I'm sorry. As far as cross.
No. I didn't know what my time limit was. I'll just keep going. So.
Usually just a couple minutes, but that's okay. We're a little bit more loose with the video or virtual. So let's go to Anthea. Do you have any cross?
So the only thing that I can't see with the way my setup is currently displaying is whether Patrick Figueroa, who is the engineer whose decision is being appealed, has anything he wants to add. I can't even see the hands, so I don't know if anything's raised. And also Hassan Hajimiri is our utility director, whether he has anything to add. The only thing I would suggest that can be a little problematic, and I just want to say it out loud for the record, if ultimately the decision is to go with the utility easement, that does affect things like garden wall placement and things like that in the future. So just to make sure that everybody understands that if we go that route, that can have, also just something that has to be worked around with the design that lands on the building. Patrick here, though, in terms of any alley questions. Thank you.
Patrick, do you want to just add whatever it is that you want to add?
Sure. No problem, Madam Mayor. With regard to Tom's point, yes, the decision was made prior to basically all of the development services staff getting to the city on the previous properties not to get the alley right of way. That much is true. That happened before all of us got here, essentially. 6 months, in fact, before I got here in any rate. However, it is certainly true that the city's going to be here a very long time, and eventually all the properties will, in fact, redevelop. And if it wasn't us, the staff, that decided that the alley right-of-way should be 20 feet. This policy decision was made a long time ago that alleys should be 20 feet. What 20 feet does allow us to have at the end of the day, when the alleys are improved, is a space for overhead utilities, which currently exist, which may not exist in the future, but exist at the moment, and the ability for vehicles, when traversing the alley, to pass each other. So right now, the alley is 15 feet wide, and as you saw, was gravel. If the rest of the alley is improved, when development happens, okay, so now we have an alley that's 15 feet wide. There's utilities on the south side that leaves about roughly 13 feet for a vehicle to traverse the alley, which is not wide enough for one vehicle to pass another. So if someone happens to be coming down the alley at the same time, now you have to either one side back out, or if there's enough physical room to pull off into private property for someone else to pass. So that is most likely the origin for the 20-foot alley, was so that when, although they are only occasionally used for vehicles, when two use it at the same time, 20 feet enables passing. The staff, of course, is not married to 20 feet, but 20 feet is the standard, and so therefore that's what we are going to be requiring. I mean, that's what we're supposed to do.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
You're welcome, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you the opportunity right now to rebut, and then we'll go back to the city, and then we'll come to the commission. So go right ahead, Mr.
Well, I certainly appreciate Patrick's comments. But we are dealing. I mean, this is why we have the ability to come to the commission, because they can look, literally from 10,000 feet in the air and see really what we're looking at here. We're looking at not a very long space. The concept of having two-way traffic on that alley when you're surrounded by 3 city streets is, well, I'm not saying it's impossible, but the likelihood of that is not really very, very great. Each of these, each of the houses that are affected by this alley receive their services from the front of their houses, and we know that this is going to be part of all the new underground wires are coming here. So the need for 20 feet really isn't there, and I do understand the idea of having 20 feet in the two-way traffic and this, but really that's when looking at it in a particular point of view, not as the concept of having 20 feet, but in this particular point of view, you have to really recognize what the configuration of the property is, what you're asking, and the realistic. I mean, I have greater faith in my building codes and to think that this property, the new house, is going to be redeveloped in 20 years, but that's just me. And so, I mean, I just think it's really not warranted in this case. And again, so we'll still be left with 17.5 feet for 25 years under that analysis. I mean, really? Because the other houses, even if they were to redevelop, so you have 20 feet, then bottlenecking into 15, that's a good idea? I don't think that's a good idea. So that's just my view on the alleys. For the rest of it, I have no other rebuttal because the other presentation was made as it relates to, what is it? Oh yeah, and by the way, the city is the one who established it. I know everyone's worried about precedent. The city is the one who actually established the precedent. Because they're the ones who didn't require it when it was part of the land development regulations when those properties were developed on the eastern end of the alley. Anyway, but as I said, we'll give the easement, we'll kind of make it, you know, that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carney. And rebuttal testimony from the staff? Any? None? Okay, very good. So to the commission, and I see that Commissioner Casal, you have your hand up. You're recognized.
Thanks. I just needed clarification. I use my phone, and sometimes it goes in and out, and I miss a word here and there. Anthea, you said the city engineer doesn't approve this allowance for the reduction of the right-of-way. And did you also, I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Anthea.
Thanks. I'm sorry. So the code allows for the city engineer to grant a reduction upon favorable recommendation from the Development Services Management Group. But given his expertise or the position's expertise, he has to agree that it's, you know, appropriate, even if everyone else said, yeah, it's fine. You know, if the city engineer who knows all the technical requirements for safe vehicular passage has a concern, then, you know.
And he's ultimately saying,
and I don't want to put, the other thing is, to be clear, like, I don't want to put all of this on at Patrick's door either, because DSNG, which includes the utilities directors and the rest of us, you know, agreed that 2.5 feet was appropriate for this property to contribute at this point in its redevelopment, to make sure there's room for everything that goes into these little alleys, overhead lines, underground water lines, underground sewer lines, maybe some underground FDNL lines, you know, so plus the vehicular access, all of those things. Whether we think that in this case, with these lots in this configuration and all of these things where a one-way alley or something else is appropriate, this is why the appeal can come to you. However, your findings certainly have to be the same, you know, are that you are determining that there is no public safety and welfare concern and that it's a hardship, you know, these types of things, that alternative provisions are made to accommodate the features, which is not just the vehicular traffic, it is the utilities and other things that take place in the alley.
Right.
So,
but it sounds based on the recommendation that we shouldn't make that determination, and it sounds like we put ourselves in a precarious position if we do make that determination against the recommendation of our own staff. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. And Deputy Vice Mayor?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I have 3 issues with this request. Anthea, if you could, I like this one, but would you please, I like that one, but would you please go back to the one where there is an automobile parked in the alley?
yeah. Just a minute. I'm going to switch PowerPoint. This one. Okay.
That's a good one too. That one.
Okay.
That's an excellent photo. I don't know if you intended it to be that way. If, for instance, and if we could switch back, I don't want you to switch back, but if we all have in our mind the access to, I think it said 3 homes had access, I would posit that if we should grant this, there would be 5 houses that would have access to this alley. Again, just keep this in mind. There's no getting around this car. I don't know exactly how far over it is, but with the overgrowth that's at one of the houses, which I think imposes on the alleyway, and why we don't have code, even though it's an alley that obviously, there you go. It's in the alley itself. So maybe if we took some of those, whatever, away from the house, we would have a decent alley. But I would think that we have not done what we should have done. And I, again, don't know when the house to the left that's brand new was developed, did we, the city commission, grant the new house? That one, the one that's newly developed. You just had a beautiful picture of it. Did we, the commission, grant that they didn't have to give up?
So I think like this is unfortunately the result of, a lot of staff changing out over time, is that we have a new utilities director, a new city engineer, a new development services director, new public works director, and we're not, we don't have any clear evidence as to whether it was a purposeful decision, meaning there's no record that it came to city commission for appeal, and or whether it was an oversight, and so we really can't speak as to the decision that was made before.
Okay, that answers that question. We don't know how they built, where they built, but the ordinance is that the alleys are to be 20 feet wide. Somehow or another, that's not been the case here. And the parking, Mr. Carney, I don't know if I can address this question to him. With the example of what you plan to put on those properties, it doesn't appear that there's going to be much parking on the lots themselves. So I anticipate there's going to be parking on the street and perhaps in the alley. People park where they can park. If I'm having a party, I'm going to say park on the street, park in the alley, park wherever you can park. Now, heaven forbid, should there be a fire or a need or necessity for a fire engine to access that alley, something isn't going to happen. And I would dare say nobody thinks that far ahead.
If I can address what you just said, first of all,
okay.
The three houses that you talked about, as you can see, the two on McGee are served off of McGee. They don't serve off the alley. Secondly, there's no way that anyone could park in that alley to begin with, because I think you get the drift from there that it's overgrown, and the city is not maintaining it to start with. And the design that I showed earlier, and the design that I showed earlier on as to how the houses would be laid out, the driveways are going to be off of 9th Avenue to serve that lot. Nothing is coming in off the alley on that lot. So the only two houses that are using that are the two newer houses which abut Palm Ave and Palm Trail. And by the way, there's if you look at the picture with the car, I understand how that looks, but I will tell you there's plenty of room on the other side of it. And there's only two houses that use that alley. There is no two-way traffic. And as I said, the city has no intention presently to redevelop these alleys. I don't know what they're going to do 30 years from now. I do know 30 years from now, even waste management will tell you they don't need those size alleys anymore, because if you've ever looked at their newer trucks, they're all narrow. Everything is narrow because they have to serve a lot of other alleys in Delray Beach, which are nowhere near 20 feet wide. So it really, as I said, it's very inconsistent to say that on the east side of the alley it can be 15, but on the west side it's going to be 17 and a half or maybe 20, because you're still going to have that bottleneck, and you're still not going to resolve the problem of having the two-way traffic, the supposed two-way traffic down this alley, which again, they're all served, the two houses on McGee are served off of McGee, and the house that we're proposing on that lot is going to be served off of 9th. So again, I normally don't fight on issues on alley, but if these two houses hadn't been built, if we didn't have 15 feet in concrete, because that's a concrete wall and these are concrete buildings, I might have a different view.
I have another question, please. The two houses that are on the left-hand side of this picture, right, that don't have access to the alley, it appears as if there is nothing but trees or shrubbery in the back. Yeah,
they're overgrown. It's there's a typical old Delray alley. They're not maintained. I mean, the only people that get in there from time to time is FPL to cut the shrubbery around the lines. But as I said, those are going to be soon underground. So, and you know, what's interesting is we talk about needing 20 feet, but everywhere else in the city, you know, they all say, well, you give a 10-foot right away, 10-foot utility easement, that seems to be fine for everybody, but apparently here you need 20 feet. It's just not consistent.
I can appreciate your anguish and your disappointment.
No, I'm not disappointed. I just try to be consistent.
Exactly, and that is not the rule here in Delray, as you well know. If we were consistent, I can show you some alleys in the Northwest that there's no way there's consistency. We even have houses sitting in the middle of the alley, so we won't get into that point. Yeah. One story for surrounding houses. I agree with you that we have a problem with our alleys. We're inconsistent, and I would like to somewhere or another just draw a line in the sand and support our staff. I was a little disappointed I didn't hear from Mr. Hajimari that somebody tell me whether it's true that the electrical FPL isn't here to testify. Someone tell me that everything's going underground. We don't need to have the 20 feet. One day we're going to develop this alley and people will have access. I didn't finish my statement. The houses upper that are off of McKee Lane and 9th, they don't have access to the back of their property. And from what I understand, that was what we were trying to eventually get to, that people would have access to their properties, both front and rear. And I would dare say, don't know, perhaps the fire equipment could reach both of those houses and not need to access the alley. But just in case they did, the house that's right across, or I guess west, I'm a little disoriented, just west of the newest property, they appear to be using the alley part a little bit over to your right, Anthea. That house.
This one?
Are they using the alley?
Yes.
Yes. This is their garage and their driveway.
And
which
the
is
overgrowth
why
is on their property.
Well, I mean, overgrowth versus lush landscaping, depends on, that's there.
They're
But
encroaching on
also,
it.
to your point, Mayor, using the narrower lots, if there's an alley, prevents the main house from being mostly a garage door at the ground floor too, which is what you see here. So.
Yeah, that particular, only the house to the north of the alley really uses the alley. The house to the south, I showed you the picture, who had his gates. That's their principal entrance.
This one.
Yeah, they don't use
Off
the
of
alley.
Palm
at all.
Trail.
As you see, they got a wall all the way down. They got a wall all the way down the northern border of their house and against the alley.
Would you be able to show the picture where that house that you say they don't use the alley?
Yeah, it's the other one we just had. Just go back one there, Anthea.
Okay, hang on.
You see their gates.
one.
That's right. They don't use the alley. That wall that you just saw where the car was parked against is the northern boundary of this particular house.
I'm not, the one that has all of the plats is the one I need to see to show me which house this particular house is, if you don't mind.
Could you go back to the plat, Anthea?
All right.
I can picture it if I can see it.
Yeah, no. Well, it's that one. You can see that one.
That's the one I'm
house
looking
there.
at.
Yeah, that house here.
Which house is all the way? Would you point to the driveway? I can't see the driveway for that house. The newest house home.
So the newest home is this one on the north side of the alley. It's not even showing like on Google Street View right now, which I was checking. This house right here is the one that has the gate in front of it. Here's the alley. And then this is a newer house that has its garage off. So here's the pool, and then the garage is off the alley here. And then this is a relatively new home as well. But obviously it takes its access from the corner of Mickey and Palm Trail.
So I was mistaken. The one that has the brown roof is not the newest house.
One.
Yes,
No,
that's not
it's
the newest house.
one on the other side. Yes, the one to the north.
And the
Well,
one
it's
with the brown,
a completely redeveloped home, though. It is a completely redeveloped home. Yes, it's not new.
and the home that has the brown rooftop is the one that has the wall all the way down.
Yes.
I still don't see the entryway for the house with the
That
brown
wall
roof.
is the brown, is that the brown roof? Okay.
Just the brown roof wall.
Let me try
So
that.
they have a long wall.
Here's, is it still working? Sometimes when I switch.
Oh, that's good. I like that. I like
Okay.
that.
So here's the property that's currently got this, older development that, maybe changed into houses. This is the brown roof property. So it takes its access here. This is the newest parcel, which is not showing right now. Oh, I'm sorry.
This is the brown roof with the truck in it, the truck in the driveway.
Yeah.
Right.
And that is off of Palm Trail.
Yes, ma'am.
And the one to the right that you're now showing and that's the alley.
Right here's the alley.
That is the alley, and they access that alley for their.
Oh, that's a good picture.
Well,
That's a perfect one. If you could
This
put
house
it there.
isn't here yet. This house isn't here yet. So the new
it's
house
not
that
there.
is here in Mr. Carney's pictures takes its driveway access from the alley.
That's a good
So
picture.
if we were to continue with the alley, straight ahead.
It's not going to let me go down there.
That's fine. That was a perfect picture. We could see straight ahead. I could see straight ahead.
Okay, there you go.
Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Carney, your contention is that two cars could pass? Or you are saying it doesn't matter because we allowed this property to the right to encroach on the alley?
Well, under that analysis, they're not going to pass with 17.5 feet either, but the point is, who uses the alley to start with is really just the one house. The other three are not designed or be using it at all. And the fact that it's bordered, each of the properties is abutting a city street. I mean, we don't generally.
May I just ask?
Sure.
If the purpose of our alleys is to allow access to the rear of the properties, if we continuously allow this, I'm confused, one house has access, but the others do not. I'm saying
that they're not currently using it, but my argument is 15 feet is adequate. I mean, at some point you've got to, how wide do you want it to be? You don't.
So obviously 20 feet is how wide we want it to be.
Why, the 20 feet in a residential neighborhood serving between two blocks? I mean, that is served by 3 city streets?
I'm just saying that's what so you're arguing that our 20 feet should not apply across the city.
I like that picture too. I'm saying that in the 20 feet, they've created a citywide standard, and you have to adjust that standard as you look into more established neighborhoods that have already platted alleyways with people that have constructed based on those platted alleyways. Now to come in and create a new, for these western portions here to suddenly have to give 2.5 feet on each side. And as you know, the ones on the right side, the east side of this picture, abutting Palm Trail, they're at 15 feet. So you're going to have an alley at 17.5, theoretically, although as I said, there's no intent, and the city, does all these alleys, but they're not the best in actually trying to improve them. But so you have this 17.5 feet or 15 feet going into 20 feet. And I'm saying that creating, which two-way street are you, it's not a two-way street to begin with, but 15 feet is adequate for the purposes for serving the number of houses that it's serving. It's not like there's a lot of interior properties that are being served here. I mean, if there was 10 houses across, then I look at the argument and say, well, they could possibly need it. But these are each are on a main street. Each property has access to a main road.
I would buy your argument that we must be consistent somehow or another. The property with the brown roof and or the property that's across the alley from it have been allowed to do and get away with something. So we should be consistent from Palm Trail all the way over to Northeast 9th when it comes to this alley. I would buy that argument a lot more than what you're posing to us.
Deputy Vice Mayor, can we let some of everybody else have an opportunity?
I'm happy to give it up, Mayor.
Sorry.
And you'll have probably some questions at the end. So let's move on to Vice Mayor Boylston.
Even my little digital hand was getting tight. All right, so Anthony, I have one question. I apologize for in our call earlier not asking this. In regards to that, 2.5 feet from the alley, does that affect the two lots and their width in regards to the item 7A?
So only one lot is the subject of the redevelopment.
Right.
The house with the brown roof is not, but this alley right of way would then have that lot need the same waiver. We have prepared everything. It's been noticed. So whatever the decision is by the board in relationship to the resolution, we can consider the other waivers, consider that lot with those if it's affected by that. The only other thing I just want to add is my understanding is that Hassan Hajimari had raised his hand. I don't know if you could see him. Chief Tomei is here if you have any questions about access. So, just wanted to make sure that you knew they were available.
Thank you. What lot is that? I just want to make sure when I go to vote, Mr. Carney, I don't feel that two wrongs make a right. So I won't be in favor of 7B, and I realize that it will affect one of the lots, and therefore it would fall into being feet short, not inches short, and in my opinion, should house a workforce housing unit in the future.
I'm gonna it's lot 9, block 5 would be the lot that would be impacted by the dedication. Lot 9, block 5.
You're saying that you want that to be workforce housing?
What I'm saying is that if that lot drops below 50 feet,
which it will,
by more than a foot, not inches, right? And we just discussed this in our workshop earlier that we're okay with inches, and we're not going to require. I think most of us were in consensus that we wouldn't require a lot to fall into the workforce housing 40 to 50 feet arena if it was inches. But obviously without this 2.5 feet, you're not inches away, you're feet away. And in that case, if you want to develop this piece of property, I feel that it does fall into the 40 to 50 workforce housing parameters. And I get what you're saying about the other side of the law, but again, two wrongs don't make a right.
The issue is whether the issue is simple. Do you want 11 single family homes or do you want 17 townhomes? That's your issue. I mean,
I apologize, but that's not how I can look at this. That's not, if you don't do this, then we're going to do this. Well, no,
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that
Mr. Carney? Yeah. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we really have to maintain some type of a decorum. So this is really a discussion. So I'm going to ask that.
Mr. Carney. Only if you're called on.
So that is my opinion on this, and I think you can go ahead and move forward and develop that. One of your 11 lots would be a workforce housing unit. I don't think it is reasonable just to jump to, okay, well, we'll do 17 townhomes, and that's not going to affect my decision. So that's how I'll be moving forward with my vote this evening.
Thanks, Mayor. If I can just, the resolution that Vice Mayor was referencing to is actually the first one, so it's 04-21. That way, references.
All right, so stand corrected. Okay, so I don't see any other hands. I wanted to make my comments. First of all, I wanted to say that I don't have a problem with the inches off on the lot for the 11 lots that were platted. I think for the Vice Mayor, spoke to that just a few seconds ago, and I'm 100% okay with that.
I also feel that we have to be realistic about what it is that we are going to be using this alleyway for. I think that we as a city made a decision on the eastern portion of this alleyway that makes the western portion of the alleyway almost kind of outside of the boundaries. And all of these homes that are going to be on the alleyway, with the exception of the two that I think that are fronting the quay, are all going to be built around the same period of time. So from my perspective, it makes more sense to have and by the way, there's still going to only be 2 properties from this point forward that are going to be looking to access their property, or no, 1, I'm sorry, to be accessing their property by alleyway. And that's that newer home on the east side that's on the north side of Palm Trail of the alleyway. There's nobody else on the alleyway that's looking to access their property by that alley. So it just makes sense to me that you would make it conforming from the east to the west. It doesn't make sense to me that we should be making it 2.5 feet on just one section of the 4 parcels that are surrounding this, or 5 parcels, I should say, that's surrounding this alleyway. So you're looking at a 2.5 foot indentation in one and none on the other. So from my perspective, we're probably going to be decades down the road before we actually are going to see any kind of consistency on the size of that alleyway. Why then are we doing it now? It seems to me that you would want the consistency now, and then moving forward, once these houses start to redevelop, if there is even an interest for that alleyway, that would be the point in time that you would want to possibly expand it out. But to do it now seems punitive to me. It just does. It seems like we're really being punitive towards that one parcel where it will not have any connection to any of the other 4 parcels on that alleyway. And that's where I think that the commission comes into play. It's not that the staff has it wrong. The staff has it absolutely right. The staff is doing exactly what the city has dictated. However, there are instances like this one that requires the city commission to see this from a very logical standpoint and then make a determination as to whether or not this is the right thing to do now, or if it's something that at a later date we want to do. Once again, there's one property right now that would be serviced by that alley. 1. And it's not going to be 2 with Mr. Carney's proposal that's coming in. It's still just 1 property. And the 3 most recent properties are 3/4 of that alleyway, 3/4 all the way around. So for me to say, I'm going to now shear off 2.5 feet from this 1/4 of that alleyway seems punitive. And it doesn't seem like the right thing to do. So I am going to support the request and grant those waiver requests. So that's where I stand. Unless there's anybody else that wants to say something that maybe I'm missing, that's kind of where I stand on this one. I see Julie Cassell's hand up, so I'm going to acknowledge or give her the floor right now.
Thank you. And I understand what you're saying. The concern I have, Mayor, is that it says that our engineer does not recommend this, but it also says the Development Management Services Group did not recommend this because they said it didn't constitute a hardship and there wasn't any alternative plan. But I guess if we're referring to public safety, I agree with you with respect to the alley. So could we have Mr. Hajimiri talk to us about if this provides a safety issue or not? Because I'm with you. If it's just about the width of the alley and there's there's only 1 house using it, I don't see the reason why it couldn't be smaller, but I need to hear that there's no other factors that we're not considering.
Sure. And let me also say this, we could just give the alley away. We do it all the time. We oftentimes just go ahead and give half of it to each property owner. And then all of a sudden the alley disappears and it's not an issue at all. So, having access to an alleyway is, from my perspective, is important if it's servicing properties that you can't get to otherwise, or certain parts of their property that you cannot get to otherwise. Like for instance, if that middle property that's fronting on the Key had their access to their garage from that alleyway, that absolutely is only one way to access. Just like that eastern property only has one way to access, and that's through the alleyway. You know, it's different if you don't have that happening on the alleyway, and that's a lot of the reasons why we end up with the alleyways being granted back to citizens if it's not being used as a thoroughfare, which this one I do not believe will be, and hasn't been for many, many years, it looks like. Are we creating that, and why would we be creating it if it's not really necessary or needed? Okay, so let's ask Mr. Hajimiri if you can speak to any issues that you see as far as safety concerns, because that really has not been addressed.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh, great. Thank you. In that alleyway, we have 10-inch wastewater line that lays underground about 4 to 6 feet deep. And it goes halfway through the alley. And it provides wastewater services to 3 parcels, 910, 820, and 904. I'm looking at our ArcGIS, but they're in the middle of the that alley. So the wastewater from those 3 are coming into the wastewater line. There is a manhole in the middle of the alley, halfway between the Palm and the Palm Trail, and I think it's the Northwest 9th. So besides that, we have a water line also that provides water services to 2 parcels. So you have water line and wastewater line underground. And the requirement for those 2 lines are to be apart 10 feet from each other. And then you need from those lines to the property lines. So actually, in the real world, that 20 feet is going to be even too tight, let's say, for this water main and wastewater pipeline. If we have to go and excavate and remove the manhole, we are going to disturb the area probably close to 20 feet, 10 feet radius, which becomes 20 feet right in the middle of the alley. So as far as the access for our crew to maintain the water service and wastewater, 20 feet is probably one of the narrowest one I've ever seen.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. And let me ask you another question because it was brought up. Would an easement also give way? I mean, I'm looking at this alley and I can see that it's almost, if I'm looking at it correctly, it's almost inaccessible, I mean, to the city. Is that not correct?
I think it's accessible from the Palm Trail or Palm Drive on the east side.
Right.
It is accessible. And then again, up halfway, that's where the water main and the wastewater gravity line goes halfway through that alley. Right at the property line of 910 and 904, which are on the north side of the Palm Trail.
And so that's where the city's gaining access if they need it.
Correct. That's I think that's the only way. I have not driven to that area myself, but by looking at the aerial and the GIS map, that seems like the route that they will take.
And that is not the area that we're actually considering, because that's already a finished, even though it's gravel, alley to that point. On the other end, the west end, there is no access.
I do not have that information. I haven't tried to see if there is an access or how we can get there.
I'm sure the engineer probably does know that, correct? Or Ms. Patrick?
Yes, Mayor. It is currently overgrown, and Mr. Hajimiri is correct. There is access as far as all the way to the manhole from the eastern side. And as was stated earlier, FPL has cut the vegetation down for their overhead power lines. So, but below that level, it is currently not clear for the western half.
Okay, makes sense. All right, any other questions? Commissioner Cassell, you have your hand up?
Thanks. I mean, this might be silly, but can we sort of compromise and resolve this by allowing him this extra 2.5 feet, but not to build any structure like a wall or something on it? So, for example, if he just had foliage or bushes, in the event that somehow we needed to dig up or have access, we could still get to it. Obviously, a wall creates a problem if you're talking about water lines and needing some kind of space. Just trying to figure out how we can accommodate this, get single-family houses versus multi, and still feel safe and secure at the end of the day.
So I did speak with Mr. Figueroa, and you could require an easement that would be the width of the right-of-way. So whatever, what is it, 17.5 feet, 20 feet. So you could require that type of an easement, a utility easement. Obviously it's not ideal, but it is a compromise, and it would require that nothing be, no structural improvements be constructed on top of the easement.
I would be amenable to that. Is Mr. Carney amenable to that?
I believe he is. He and I had spoken about it earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to an easement. The concept of not having a structure on it, I mean, we allow structures on easements all the time in the city. To blanket no to any kind of a structure on the, there are risks you take if you do a structure on an easement. If they tear it down, there's no responsibility to rebuild it. This wasn't really a design meeting, so I don't know what the intended design is. So you're asking me, I know that I can give the easement, and that makes perfect sense, but which we've offered. Again, I'm just trying to be consistent, keep it 15 feet the whole way across, because it doesn't make sense to me otherwise. But as I said, but if to give the 2.5 foot easement, that's fine. I don't know about the structure part because I don't really know what the plan design is. I'd have to go back and look at those pictures. I don't even know if they're talking about walls or fences. There's already a wall on the one side. I don't know. You're saying they can't do the wall to the west, but they can do the wall to the east. I don't know.
I think it's just a way of trying to find a
Let's put the future design specifics aside. I do want to just point out that whatever we decide for staff that is managing this little alley, these two properties to the north, well, they don't take access off the alley now. They were built in the 50s. And considering the investment that has come up in recent years on these two lots, and what I'm sure the lovely project, however this shakes out for Mr. Carney's client, this is going to redevelop, and this was also built quite a while ago. And this is 1 block away from the Intercoastal. So there's a lot of, potential that can continue to invest in this very desirable area. So if the decision is that this is going to be a 15-foot alley and we are going to achieve everything through general utility easements, we need to be clear then that that's what we're just generally staff will do for this particular alley. Because I do think that it can't just be that this one property is using it with when we have all these utilities in here. We need to know what we need holistically.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I'd be in favor of Commissioner Cassell's idea, and I'm happy to hear that staff has already discussed it, and whether a structure or wall or fence is put on it. I think Mr. Carney is correct, and that would be the concern of the property owner probably in the future if for whatever reason we need access to that easement. So I'd be in favor of that.
Okay, I don't see any other hands, so maybe we can move forward.
Mayor, I apologize. So I'm going to actually ask the commission to amend the agenda so that we can handle item 7B before 7A. It really should have been first because 7A is contingent on B. So if we could just get a motion to amend the agenda to move 7B to 7, whatever would come before 7A.
Double A.
So moved.
Second. Call the roll, please.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
I got it.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Franco?
Yes.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go for a motion then on the resolution 40-21.
And just so everyone is clear, the way that it's written is you would be granting the appeal, relieving the obligation of the 2.5-foot dedication. And if the commission desires a utility easement in lieu of it, I would add that to the motion and we will correct the resolution.
So moved.
With the easement?
With the easement, 2.5-foot easement, yes.
That's what the city attorney said.
I second.
Second.
Okay, call the roll.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Franco?
Yes.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
No, we don't need it.
Yes.
Mr. Carney, can you mute yourself, please? Now, Mayor, now going back to item 7A, resolution 04-21 is moot, so we can defer on that item. We don't need to get a motion on that one.
So now we're only dealing with the 10 lots, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes.
From 10 on, 10-21 on.
Correct. 10-21, 11, 12,
Individually.
13.
Right. Motion to approve resolution number 10-21.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Franco?
Yes.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Approve resolution number 11-21.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Mr. Franco?
Yes.
Ms. Cassell? Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Motion to approve resolution 12-21.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Franco?
Yes.
Motion to approve resolution number 13-21.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia? Mr. Franco?
Yes.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Motion to approve resolution number 14-21.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Franco?
Yes.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes. Motion to approve resolution 15-21.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Franco?
Yes.
Ms. Cassell? Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Mayor, I'm sorry, Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Motion to approve resolution 16-21.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Mr. Franco?
Yes.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Motion to approve resolution number 17-21.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Franco?
Yes.
Motion to approve resolution number 18-21.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Franco?
Yes.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Adam, you want to just switch this one up?
No,
You want to go first?
you're doing a great job.
We're on a roll. Go ahead.
Motion to approve resolution number 19-21.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Franco?
Yes.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carney. Have a great evening.
Thank you very much. I was on mute. I thank you very much all. Sorry it took so long. I didn't realize it was going to take this long.
I have to chime in and say I didn't help the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I have a tendency to talk a little bit myself, Commissioner.
Well, we had to get all the wrinkles ironed out to make sure that we understood what we were doing. Okay, so we're moving on to 7C, resolution number 24-21.
All right, good job. Great job. Done.
And this is, once again, a quasi-judicial hearing. We've already read the quasi-judicial rules into the record, so we will be talking about disclosure. And let's start with the Vice Mayor. This is the abandonment of the portion of Intercoastal Waterway that is at 823 Northeast First Court.
Nope, no additional.
Okay, Vice Mayor, Deputy Vice Mayor?
Yes, I believe I spoke with the attorney and Mr. Costello the first time, but only Mr. Schiller the second time for this property.
Commissioner Cassell?
Yes, I briefly spoke to Mr. Costello. I received a text from Mr. Schiller, and if there's anything on the server, I don't think so, but just saying. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Frankel?
Yeah, I spoke to Mr. Schiller this morning, and he assured the commission that he'd be much quicker than Tom Carney.
Okay. And, anybody, the only two that I've spoken to was Mr. Schiller and Mr. Costello on this property, so we're fully disclosed. Swearing in of the witness?
By the authority vested in me as a notary of the state of Florida, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And I see Mr. Schiller's got his hand up, so I'm not sure if he's looking to be recognized. Or maybe have him, he took his hand down, so I guess we're good. Okay, so city staff entering the file into the record, please.
Yes, this is Anthea Juniatis, Development Services Director. I'd like to enter file 2021-34 into the record, and the applicant is here at the presentation.
Very good. Mr. Schiller and Mr. Costello, you have the floor.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Neil Schiller with the law firm of Saul Ewing, Arnstein & Lair, representing the Bushers, the owners of 823 Northeast First Court this evening. With me is Jeff Costello, planner extraordinaire, for questions if you have any. And Commissioner Frankel, you are correct. We will go very fast. Next slide, please. Sorry, thank you. So this is abandonment of a portion of Canal Street right-of-way, about 5,500 square feet in total area. This will be used as an extension of the single-family home's yard. The applicant and past owners have maintained this area at their expense over the years, including landscaping, irrigation, seawall lighting, and concrete patio. Next slide. Again, you can see on the left-hand side an aerial of the property and the area to be abandoned, highlighted in yellow. When you move over to the right side, you can see in blue the previous abandonments that had recently occurred. This property is literally sandwiched in between them. And then obviously you see Northeast First Pocket Park, that star outlined in yellow. Next slide. Here's a survey of the proposed abandonment area. That area is highlighted in blue this time. There are no utility lines in the blue area whatsoever. The city engineer does support the abandonment. I do want to point out on the survey, there are 3 instances that I've circled in red that highlight an existing fence that is preventing access to the property today. Next slide. These are just some photos of the abandoned area. You can see the fences at the far end of each picture. You can also see the patio area that was developed within the abandonment area. Next slide. History of Canal Street. We don't have to go through this again for the 3rd or 4th time, but essentially Canal Street was created by 1895 plat. Next slide. And then years later in the 30s, it was refined even more. And this is the plat that actually created the right-of-way over Canal Street. Next slide. Previous abandonments have occurred on Canal Street. This is a slide summarizing all of them, and you recognize the last couple of them, the last two, as this body voted to abandon those rights of way. Next slide. And we're just going to keep going through this. This is Resolution 1268, Resolution 3404, Resolution 1009. These are all Resolution 9520. These are all previous resolutions wherein the city has declared that they no longer need this area for the public good, and it's the best interest of the city to abandon the said right of way. Next slide. Thank you so much. Same thing here. Next slide. So there are, again, 5 waterfront pocket parks that have been established. These are the 4 northern pocket parks. The other one is located at Southeast 3rd Street. You can see those pocket parks highlighted by the stars. Next slide. Here are just some photos of the existing pocket parks. Next slide. Northeast 4th. Northeast 5th, next slide. As you can see, they all have barriers preventing access to them. If you don't remember from last month, there are criteria for approval. These are the criteria. I'm not going to read through them all. Obviously, this presentation is submitted for the record and its contents are submitted for the record. But these are the same comprehensive plan policies that you've approved last time. Next slide. Same thing here. I do want to point out the 2 pictures on the right-hand side of the screen. This is the king tide impacts to this area that is being abandoned, and they're pretty drastic, as I know that the king tide is for everybody that unfortunately has to experience it. Next slide. Again, some criteria for approval, the same as it was at the last time. No new constructions proposed, so there are no utility demands. Next slide. Consistency, of course, we're consistent with the abandonment, as not only consistent with the precedent set by the commission, but the use of the property will remain consistent with the neighborhood and the LDRs. Next slide. There's additional criteria for approval for abandoning that there will not nor will there be a need for the use of the right-of-way or any public purpose. And again, there is no foreseeable need for the use of Canal Street right-of-way. And again, most importantly, I think the city engineer supports the city's abandonment of its interest in Canal Street. Next slide. The abandonment does not nor will prevent access to a lot of record. It does not. It's not applicable. And in conclusion, the Planning and Zoning Board voted unanimously. We meet all the required findings. The adjacent properties to the north and south have had their abandonments approved. Access to the Intracoastal Waterway is still provided by that Northeast 1st Pocket Park, as well as all of the other waterfront access that this body, the City Commission, has granted to the public. And so with that, we would appreciate a vote of approval tonight.
Thank you so much, Mr. Schiller, and to the staff.
Anthea Giudis, Development Services Director for the record. I do think that we've been through this before, and ultimately the policies related to intercoastal waterway access sort of contemplated the importance of the street ends. I don't think that they necessarily contemplated that these disconnected sites that don't have easy oversight are were public because they haven't been public in their function for a long time. So ultimately, while we certainly want as much waterfront property for our citizens to use as possible, this is really a technicality to reinforce the use that has been in effect for years. And I'm here if you have any questions, but I concur with Mr. Schiller's analysis of the situation. And for the record, the Pocket Park is not part of this abandonment and will remain in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, this is a quasi-judicial hearing, so we're going to give the public 5 minutes to call in. It is now 6:02. We'll resume at 6:07. Alrighty, everyone, it is 6:07. So, Mr. Terry Johnson.
We did not receive any public comments.
All right, very good. Thank you so much. So we're going to move to cross-examination. Any cross-examination or rebuttal testimony, Mr. Schiller?
No cross-examination, Madam Mayor. Just one quick item for the record, something I was remiss in mentioning in my presentation, was that in order for the abandonment to go through, not only does this board have to vote on it, but as you've heard previously, the Army Corps has to approve it. And I just wanted to put that for the record. I know Anthea was going to say something.
Fantastic. Ms. Notice, any cross or rebuttal?
No, and the effective date reflects that necessity with the Army Corps. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. To the commission? I'm seeing no hands up, so I'm not sure there's going to be a discussion. I'll entertain a motion if we want to go straight to that.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Congrats, Don Johnson, yes.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Schiller, for keeping it short.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Special thanks to Jeff for even keeping it shorter. All right, have a great night, evening, guys. All right, so we're on to 7D, ratification of the emergency regulations related to COVID-19, active under Chapter 95 of the Delray Beach Code of Ordinances. Any need for explanation? If not, go to a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes. Okay, 7E, nominations for appointment for the Code Enforcement Board. That would be my nomination, and I'm going to put a name out there that looks like an up-and-coming. Ingrid Lee.
Second.
Any discussion? None? Okay, call the roll, please.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes. Now the nominations for appointment for Education Board. We start with myself. Unfortunately, I did not do my homework, so I'm going to defer. But Mr. Frankel, you have an appointment on, or I'm sorry, a nomination on this as well. So you're going to be first.
Sure. I'm going to go with Angelica Nevin.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the roll.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
All right. 7G, discussion of direction in handling the request from the Delray Intercoastal Cruises for excusal of payments based on the force majeure. Who's going to be handling this? Is that going to be Lynn?
I wasn't.
Okay.
I think Jennifer or.
Okay, Jennifer. Okay, whomever.
No worries. Madam Mayor, I believe Sam Mita is on the line. He can be unmuted if he's not already. But basically, this was presented to the commission, I believe at its last meeting, if I'm not mistaken. And this is as a part of some of the forgiveness for fees to the city, just as we've done with other entities during the pandemic. This entity, which is also the firm that runs a Lady Atlantic out of Veterans Park, has requested excusal of some of the payments to the city. The last discussion, there was some follow-up requested by the commission, and so we deferred the item until we could gather that information. Some of that is included here as backup to the agenda item, and I believe also emailed to the commission by Mr. Mita. At this point, I don't see him, but if he is unmuted, I'd like to recognize him if that is okay to give a little more background.
He does have his hand up, so if somebody can give him access.
Thank you, Sam Mita, Parks and Recreation Director. Can everybody hear me clearly?
We can now, yes.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you for listening this evening. Jennifer actually just summarized this very well. There was granted force majeure for this Delray Yacht Cruises out of Atlanta, Veterans Park for us. They're asking and requesting an extension of those services. They gave some documentation the first time in the request about the numbers of passengers and how their business has been affected by the COVID. And I know one of the questions was, how much did they put into the PPE loans and such forth? And that is some of the documentation that we've provided for this tonight. The backup for that they did provide, they did apply for and receive the initial PPE loan and are in the process of applications for the second PPE loan. And with that, if there's any questions I can answer, I'm here.
This would be to the commission. Mr. Frankel?
Sam, thank you for the information and the backup. And I appreciate knowing that the group applying has sought out other funds. That leads me to be more sympathetic to those kind of requests. The question I have for you is, in the backup, we have numbers through November. Did they give you December, January numbers? And Sam, I think you're muted. Oh, there you go.
Yep. I did not get additional numbers there, but they did provide just the outline in the email of some of the struggles they're having. That they're just not getting the numbers to come back, especially with their demographic of more senior citizens and elderly clientele.
Sure. And the request is through March. So we're looking one more month, correct?
And it would be for the current months as well, because as that did expire. Yes.
But up through the end of next month, March 2021.
Correct.
Okay. I mean, based on that, I would be okay with this request. But I think there comes a point with this applicant or any other applicant that we need to recognize that the city can't bail out everyone, number one. And number two, compared to other cities and other states, based on the executive orders our governor has placed under local governments such as Delray Beach, that only, so many restrictions we can give to keep our residents safe, keep our businesses open, and going forward. So I'll be okay with this, but I know we're going to transition to another conversation at our next item. But these are more issues I think we need to discuss. But that's where I'm at for this one. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
I would agree with Commissioner Frankel.
Okay. I have a question still about what's going to take place with respect to the, what is it, 68,000, or what was the amount on that sleeve that the city's now having to manufacture?
I can answer that. Well, I can tell you, Madam Mayor, that the invoices have been sent to the vendor for their review and submission of the payment. I don't believe we have received the payment just yet. They're still reviewing all of our backup documentation for all of the expenses.
And this invoice is, first of all, just so I understand this, the invoice was sent recently. In other words, there was no invoice that was sent in the past, even though we've had a hole in our wall for a couple of years now since the wall was completed, correct?
The invoices were sent a few weeks ago.
Okay. And originally, this was on the onus of the Lady Atlantic, or the owners of that operation, to engineer and have the sleeve made, correct?
I think I would have to request from Missy to chime in. If
Missy Barletto's got her hand up. If we can go ahead and recognize her and let her speak.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. The original agreement was for the owners of Delray Yacht Cruises to work with the engineering firm to create that solution. The original design of the seawall at Veterans Park included a no gap in the seawall and an ADA accessible ramp that put the entrance onto the Lady Atlantic too high for people to be able to access their boat under normal conditions. And we agreed to re-engineer that that particular opening with the understanding that the accommodations that we made, that they would be responsible for protecting the park from flooding and that sort of thing. In addition to putting in some additional pilings for them to be able to dock their boats securely and safely. A lot of those things did not happen before the closeout of the Veterans Park contract for a variety of reasons. We picked those items up in the city marina contract. They have been, for the most part, accomplished now. We are in the process of installing the slide gate into the Veterans Park seawall so that will be secure from this point forward, and the invoices have been submitted to them.
So just to be clear, that was never going to be an additional expense on the taxpayers here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I just want to make sure my colleagues are clear about that. I don't have a problem with supporting the 1 more month of this is a big give. I mean, we haven't had payment now from what point? Is this a full year or is it 3/4 of a year now?
It's like March. Maybe.
March. So we're going to be at a year, 12 months. So I just want to make sure that my colleagues are aware of the fact that we also have an additional outlying payment that is due for what we did for our seawall to accommodate, and also the pilings to accommodate the Lady Atlantic at their request. This is something that should not be falling on the taxpayers' back, period. So I would like an update at the next meeting as to what the response is to this when we get one from we should be getting one hopefully in the next month from this outfit as to how they're going to handle this invoice. Deputy Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm curious as to how we are treating some entities in the city when we are having our residents come in with a payment type plan. I'm just, we should have some kind of clear rule across the board. I think I suggested at the last meeting that we tack these payments at the end of the pandemic that you owe us. We're recovering, like it or not, mask or no mask, open or unopened, and eventually, I believe, as you just said, I'd add to your comments, that eventually they're going to start, hopefully, prayerfully, having their business resume, and we are not doing that for our residents. Just forgiving. We're adding on to their requirements that they pay.
This is true, but at the same time, I want to also mention that there are other businesses that we have given a forgiveness of their rents or lowered them even in the CRA district tremendously, because we don't want to see businesses go under, and we also don't want to see, obviously, situations where residents can't afford something because they are now having to pay. We understand that it's a balance. It's a balancing act, but I don't know that this is outside of what we have done for some of the, the businesses that the city is responsible for collecting fees on. Ms. Alvarez, you have your hand up, and I believe, I guess Deputy Vice Mayor, you just spoke unless you want to speak again. Ms. Alvarez?
Yes, thank you. I thought I would clarify on the record, Madam Mayor, based on what you were saying. The excusal that is before the commission tonight is only for the portion of the contract related to those monthly fees and not related to any other contractual provisions in the other contract where they're obligated to reimburse the city for the repairs. So I just want to make sure we clarify for the record. So yes.
Correct.
That's how we intend to proceed.
And I was just clarifying for my colleagues what is also pending, so that nobody was mistaken or misunderstanding that we have an outlying, fairly large, expenditure invoice from this cruise line. Okay, so Mr. Boylston, Vice Mayor, you've got your hand up. You're recognized.
Yeah, I just wanted to, for the record, I can't speak for my colleagues, but I'm guessing because we discussed this, we're very aware that these are two separate things. And you're right, Mayor, we have done this for other partners or other businesses in the city. And this is an important element, and we need them to survive so that they can pay in that invoice. So I think this is a reasonable request, and we didn't just stamp it. We discussed it with staff. Staff put it on its own separate agenda, and I think it's time that we approve this reprieve.
Great. Okay. Seeing no other hands up, if you'd like to make a motion, entertain one.
I don't know if we necessarily need a motion on this, Mayor.
Oh, it's discussion. I'm sorry. It's discussion. I think you got it. All right. Apologize for that. All right. So we have one more discussion item, and that is 7H, which is regarding the COVID-19 temporary measures.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This one is a little tricky, but we have a presentation for the commission's consideration. Essentially,
I'm sorry, Mayor. I don't know why, but I'm not able to hear Ms. Alvarez very well. I don't know if she's too far away from the microphone or...
She's definitely light talking, so it's probably because of her distance from the microphone.
All right, can you hear me now a little better? Gotcha. Thank you.
Talker.
Sorry about that. So basically, as you're aware, we have had some temporary measures in place. We call them temporary measures because we've gone a little bit beyond what our codes allow in order to provide some flexible measures for mostly businesses in the city that have been obviously negatively affected by COVID. So those measures that had been put in place, we've always been navigating a certain expiration date on the measures, and we have an expiration date that is coming up at the end of March 31st, excuse me. So that being said, we wanted to have a brief discussion with the commission because there are a few of those measures that are on the horizon that affect certain things and businesses and special events in the city. To kick off the conversation, if it's possible, what I'd like to do is recognize our emergency manager, Chris Bell. He actually hasn't quite been directly before the commission for a little while, so I thought that in order to kick off the conversation, we'll have him give a very brief overview of where we are with COVID and where we think we might be in the upcoming future, so that we can frame the discussion for commission. And similar to what we did last time when we were facing the expiration of these measures, what we will be doing is requesting the commission to either extend the measure, so to speak, to provide more time to allow these measures to take place, or end certain moratoriums or certain things like that. So we'll walk you through each question that we have. This has been a very collaborative effort with all of our departments as well as folks from the DDA and the business community. So Chris, if you are on the line.
I am. Can you hear me?
Great, thank you.
Great, thanks. Sorry you can't see me. I assume you watch all the Facebook videos every time that Ted White interviews. Chris Bell, Emergency Manager. I'll go through these slides somewhat quickly for you. I think you've seen many of them or versions of them before. I think the title could be Cautious, Happy Optimism, I guess, for this kind of COVID update. So this slide, you've, I think, seen a version of this before. This is the curve of the epidemic in Florida early on, and when we had our first peak in July and August of 2020, you see that Palm Beach, Broward, and Dade counties really made up sometimes half to a little bit more than half, maybe 2/3 of the new cases. And as the pandemic went on, we became more proportional to the rest of the state. We appear to have had, again, thus far, our highest peak just after New Year's in the early days of January. And then we've had new cases decreased since then. Next slide, please. And thanks, Anthea, for moving the slides. Statewide, as of today, the 7-day rolling average, which is a better, as they go up and down every day, it's a better way to kind of see where we're at, is about 8,100 new cases a day. These are new people who have been diagnosed for the first time with a positive COVID test. As always, we assume that there are more people out there who have COVID on any given day, but this is how many people actually tested positive for the first time. Our death rate, our 7-day average was actually 165 in the state, and today's was actually 232. Unfortunately, as we have seen each time during the pandemic, the deaths trail the spike in cases. And so while our new cases have started to come down since mid-January, our deaths have actually continued to increase. And as you know, those continue to accumulate over the days, weeks, and probably out to a couple months after the death occurs for all the lab results and the certification to verify. So about 1.8 million people in the state have been diagnosed with COVID, and almost 30,000 have died. Next slide. In Palm Beach County, our 7-day rolling average is 545 per day. Pardon me, with 15 deaths per day today. I think we had 22 deaths in Palm Beach County attributed, with a total of 111,000 so far, and 2,300 deaths in Palm Beach County. Again, there may be more deaths than that, but these are the ones who have been, the death ticket has COVID-19 as a cause. We don't get deaths at the municipality or zip code or census tract level. We can only really get case counts. And so far in the city of Delray Beach, we've had 8,350 residents who have been positive for COVID. Next slide. Apologies for the top one being a little blurry, but this is a pandemic curve, one for the state on top and two for the county on bottom. So you can see the county really has mimicked the state as we go on through the pandemic. Our numbers have really mirrored the shape of the curve. The thing I think I would just highlight here is that where we are right now, having 800 or so new cases a day, that's a lot better than the 1,200 and 1,500 cases we had in January. But we're still higher than probably 90% of the duration of this pandemic. We're still having more daily cases than the majority of the time since this began. Next slide, and we'll get to some of the optimism. So the first vaccination occurred in the United States on December 14th. Pfizer gave the first vaccine. About a week later, the Moderna vaccine became available. So we're really looking at just under 2 months of vaccination. And really, Florida didn't take off until some days after those were both announced. So this is as of today. 1.3 million Floridians have received a first dose. An additional 693,000 have received both doses of one or the other, for just over 2 million, or about 9% of our population, have had at least one dose. And of those, and this is encouraging, almost 1.5 million of them are 65 years old and older. In the county, we're pretty close to that as well. In the percentages, 133,000 first dose, 60,000 second have received two. So just under 200,000 in Palm Beach County have received at least one dose of the vaccine. That's 13% of our population, and that's the highest percent of population of any county in Florida. So we are vaccinating a lot of people, and 156,000 65 years and older have been vaccinated in Palm Beach County. Next slide. I think this one really helps to visualize the vaccination in Florida, and particularly the vaccination by age, because the governor's order really took off the last few days of December. And so you see those three lines rising sharply as we get into January. So we're looking at about a month and a half. The top of those curves, this is number of folks 65 to 74, 75 to 84, and 85 plus who have received at least one shot of the vaccine, and we're about 30 to 33%. If you look at who's gotten both shots, those numbers are in the 8 to 10% range for each of those ages. So this is great progress. This is about a month and a half of vaccination. We got about a third of our population 65 and older. partially at least protected. The maybe cautious part of this is if you extrapolate that out and we continue to vaccinate the 65 and older population at the same rate, then we're another month and a half. So we're at the end of March before we get 66%. And we're maybe in May by the time we get all the 65 and older who are willing to take the vaccine at first dose. So we're really into June, 28 days, 21 or 28 days later, before everybody 65 and older at our current rate get the vaccination. Everybody assumes, we don't know for sure, we haven't heard any governor's plans, but at some point before the absolute 100% of 65 and older vaccinated, we'll also see the vaccinations become available for those under 65. Next slide. Now, the cautious part, the predictions for the future, which of course are predictions and projections and based on modeling. The top chart here is from the CDC, and they built a consensus model of about 25 different university-based study groups, and they only project about 3 weeks out. They want to really hedge their bets and make sure that they're pretty confident in what it's going to look like. So they're going to project that the middle line there, the darker red, is kind of the consensus model. The new cases in Florida will remain about level to a slight decline over the next several weeks. The chart on the bottom is the more concerning one. This is a chart from the University of Washington's Institute of Health Metrics and Evaluation. This is the one that we've referenced a lot of times in different documents, and a lot of people will refer to. Their prediction is because of the new variants of COVID that are available, because universal wearing of masks is not currently happening in Florida, and because their projection is that as more people become vaccinated, they will become less likely to remain isolated, of course, and that will carry over to the general population. There'll be more kind of social activities. But they predict another spike in new cases in the April to early May timeframe. The middle of those three lines is their projection. The red is their worst case scenario, the top one if everything went bad, and the green line at the bottom is the fictional if all of a sudden tomorrow 95% of the population in Florida started to wear a mask all the time they're around anybody else. So those are what the projections say, what we know right now. I'm happy to take questions either now or at the end, or give you any information I have to help you consider your deliberations.
Jennifer?
So if the commission doesn't have any questions, what we can do is move on to the other portion of the presentation related to
Let me add my hand up. I did have a question for Chris.
I'm sorry, yes, I'm blocking. Go ahead, right ahead.
Sorry about that. Chris, thank you very much for your presentation. My question is this, and you may not know the answer. I don't know who knows the answer. I'm concerned with what I'm reading in the news about these variants, these other strains of the virus that in the paper I read yesterday seem to be particularly affecting us here in Palm Beach County, Broward, and Dade. Do you have any information about that?
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Commissioner. The model that at the University of Washington model incorporates a fairly high chance, because that's what they believe will happen, that the new variants, the two most commonly spoken about are one from South Africa and one from Great Britain. Again, these didn't necessarily originate or mutate there, but that's just how they've been named. That those two are already found in Florida, that we have, I think, higher numbers of both of those variants than any other state at this point. And that their concern is that those are more easily spread, they're more easily communicated from one person to another. So that's built into their model, believing or projecting that we're going to have more transmission in the coming weeks and in the coming next couple months. The information, if I can extend a little bit farther, on efficacy of the current vaccines against those diseases, those variants, indicates that they're still very effective. And so right now we believe that the current vaccinations won't need tweaking. If anything, potentially down the road, if this becomes something that eventually people need boosters for, depending on how prevalent those become, then potentially you need a booster sooner than later if those are the dominant forms that are circulating. But right now, we think they'll be protective, and yes, we think there's going to be quite a bit of that here.
Well, I really appreciate the explanation. You've done such a great job, as well as your colleagues, giving out the factual and scientific information that to me is so critical, and that explanation just really fit into that. So I thank you for the time, and again, I apologize for the interruption.
No, it wasn't no apology necessary. This is the perfect time to ask Mr. Bell of anything that you have concerns about. And as a matter of fact, I just want to, really emphasize to anybody who's watching, and especially my colleagues, look at the green line. I mean, if we were just following a mask mandate in the state of Florida, look where we would be in June of 2021, comparatively speaking, to where we could be otherwise. It just makes no sense to me that all this time we have not had a strict mask mandate across our state that is enforceable in the local government as well. It just doesn't make any sense that we're not doing that. And I think my colleague, Deputy Vice Mayor Shirley Johnson, who has been on this from the very get-go, can back me up on that one. The statistics are even saying it and suggesting it. Okay. I'm sorry, Deputy Vice Mayor, you got your hand up. Yep. Go right ahead.
Just say thank you for that plug. I feel like I've been very tenacious about it from the beginning. Makes no sense. And those of you who were watching the Super Bowl this weekend, after the quote-unquote victory, someone said that the governor was there without a mask, and the excuse was he was drinking beer. I didn't see him doing it, but I did see something that was so unsettling. Here we're talking about strains, we're talking about no mask, we're talking about the youth, and we're giving vaccines to the senior citizens, because I gather the youth just don't understand that they can die from this infection also. So I have no answer. It's all leadership, and I pray that since Delray seems to be leading the pack in COVID, spreads, I'm hoping that within the next 3 or 4 months that we are not at this point shaking our heads saying, why can't we all just wear a mask? Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Alvarez, at the very end of this, if you could just let us know if you heard anything back from the governor. I know we sent some request in to ask if we could be, have home rule here to be able to do what we needed to do, and you can just give us an update on that. But go ahead and continue.
Okay, great. I think Anthea will now take over the rest. I was moving along, and we have all of our department directors obviously ready as well to discuss their appropriate pieces of this.
Okay. So we have, the city leadership has gotten together, and we have also Laura Simon from the DDA as part of this discussion, and she's available for questions as well. And we have just a series of guidance that we need on different topics related to temporary measures that we've taken in response to the virus. So the first is that at the last time that we discussed special events, city events were suspended until March 31st. However, the Green Market and the Old School Square concerts have resumed in some capacity. We have turned to start to look at how our neighboring municipalities are beginning to resume some amount of special events, and we wanted to discuss, are we going to allow some events to resume in a phased approach with new guidelines, or whether we are going to continue the moratorium. And so the types of permit restrictions that have been added that we could consider are having a limited access to our events, either through purchase tickets or reservations through a program like Eventbrite, limiting the event to a defined area. One of the things that we'd like to enact is a COVID team review of the CDC guidelines for any event that would want to come forward. And Chief Tomey and Chris Bell are available, as are the Sam taught to discuss kind of how that works in other places. And ultimately, if we do decide to start unrolling smaller events, do we want to in advance establish a threshold, whether it's related to a positivity rate increase or the number of ICU beds available, where we would, kind of shut things back down again if it's going the wrong way. So there are a couple of things that have come up. A reimagined version of Savor the Avenue instead of a long table, isolated table separated by planters and a reservation and system. Is that something that we could discuss in mid-March? We've had inquiries for small outdoor activities, like a surf competition with about 30 attendees. And right now, the answer to all of this is no until March 31st. And so some guidance moving forward, some of these events take quite a bit of time and setup. And is this something that we want to consider resuming in a phased approach, or do you want to continue the moratorium and establish a date to revisit, whether it's June 30th or something else? So that's the first topic we have for it, but that we would like some input and guidance from you on.
Okay, so Julie Casale, you've got your hand up. I'll recognize you.
Thanks. I'm wondering, because I've been on the Avenue and nobody's wearing masks. Many people aren't wearing masks. And if we have these events, say we do Savor the Avenue and we block it off and we have individual tables, how are we going to keep people safe if nobody down there is wearing masks? I'm just wondering, what is our ability to do this safely, really? Because one of the things, as Mr. Frankel pointed out, these new strains are remarkably concerning. And with people getting their shots, I mean, it's looking promising after maybe July, but that's only for the 65 and up populations. Just what are the guidelines and how do they ensure, if we decide to do this, how do we know we're safe? I mean, what are the guidelines saying? Do we know specifically how that would look?
So, Commissioner Casale, if I can, what we would be doing, and Thea just mentioned it, and I'd like to see if we could recognize either Chris or Chief Tommy again. But if there is an appetite whatsoever for the commission to move forward with the special events, basically we would be doing an initial CTAC review, which is our standard review for the city. And then we would add a layer of a COVID review, which would be kind of in the hands of our emergency management, our police, our fire. And so every event would have to ensure that they submit to the city a COVID plan that we can say okay to. So in other words, our experts will review that plan, give feedback. If it's not sufficient, it won't fly, it'll be rejected. And we take it from there. I would like to, recognize Chief Tommy or Chris if they're on the line, and I think Laura Simon can walk you through an example of the type of plan, for example, Savor the Avenue, if the commission so desires.
I guess I would like that, but first I would like to ask, I mean, if we make a determination we would consider this, then give us what the outline would be for safety, and then conclude that we'll do it.
Sure. I mean, if the commission just wants to say no events at all, then, I mean, it becomes a moot point. So if there is an appetite to move forward, our recommendation would be we're going to start slow. We're going to start small.
Right.
Not every event's going to make it. So we just have to have that understanding. Right. Large events that tend to not have tickets or just be, I do use Delray Affair as an example because that's a, open to everybody type of event. We would not be recommending to do that. We would recommend only events that can be limited in the number and what I call ticketed. And ticketed doesn't mean they have to pay, but it has to have some kind of either ticket or RSVP system. So the suggestion would be to kick it off perhaps with Savor the Avenue, which is in mid-April. That would give us enough time to enact that COVID extra layer of review back and forth with the event proposer and take it from there. But it's a valid point, Commissioner. If there is no desire to go that far, we can just say
Got it. Exactly. Thank you.
Okay, so do we want to go ahead and listen, have Chief Tommy or Laura Simon speak to how this would look? Is that a desire of the commission? Yes. Okay, so let's start with Chief Tommy.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Excellent. So what this would look like, this would be something that the promoter would submit a plan, just like the ICM suggested. It would be reviewed by a COVID team to make sure that they followed CDC guidelines. Also, part of that review would include what Anthea was talking about with the positivity rate, the hospital ICU beds, a lot of different other parameters. But, you know, boots on the ground, what it would look like, you'd have to have the social distancing. They would have to wear their masks. West Palm has started doing this, and we're kind of following after what they're doing and using some of their stuff and kind of adapting it to fit Delray. But like they've done some concert series and stuff where individuals bought or didn't buy tickets, but they had ticketed an event where they had a pod area that they sat in, so they watched the concert. They couldn't move out of that pod area that they were in, which was about 4 to 6 people. And they didn't have to wear their mask when they're in that pod, but when they left to go to the restroom or left to go get drinks or food, they'd have to wear their mask. And then when they came back and got settled into their pod area in a little social distance area, they could take their mask off at that point in time. And they do have, in West Palm, they do have mask police, so to speak, that are walking the event and making sure that people are wearing their masks, stopping them, excuse me, please put on your mask, that type of stuff. So it would look something similar to that. And let's take Savory the Ave. The DDA did a really good job. We're not done evaluating it yet, but so far the preliminary looks very good. They've staggered the tables. They've got 8-foot tables, only 6 people to a table. It's ticketed, so those people have to come together and leave together, so they're going to know each other. Again, they're staggered offset all the way down the Ave. It looks pretty good on the preliminary version of it. We still have to dig into it to see. So that's kind of how our vision is. And I don't know if Chris wants to chime in if he has anything else he'd like to add, but to be honest with you, this is just the beginning of us kind of researching it and going into it. And we're following kind of West Palm's lead on this.
Thank you. Well, go ahead. Is that Chris?
Yes, Madam Mayor, but whatever you'd like.
I was going to let Laura Simon speak, and then we can come to you. Is that okay?
Of course.
All right, great. Laura, you've got the floor.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Thank you. And yes, we've reimagined Savor the Avenue within this new framework, and the city's been fantastic in working with us. It is a different format. It's limited seating. We're reducing the seating by close to 400 people, which is a significant reduction in numbering and people, and staggering the tables, and masks are required. Also, for us to set this up in a normal format, we'd allow our restaurants to manage most of the on-site registration and greeting of the guest. But this year we are looking at, we would obviously take control of that and temperature check and check in everyone, lanyard them, give them a wristband to identify them as part of the attendee. So the attendees will be all managed by our team. Masks are required at all areas. Once they're seated and dining, that is a different story. They, obviously as normal as a restaurant, you're sitting down and eating, you can remove your mask. Within the footprint of this event, we will also have, as Chief Tommy said, we would have mask police. So we would hire additional safety ambassadors to act as that mask police to enforce the footprint of the event. So if anyone is within the footprint of the event, which is Atlantic Avenue, walking through on the street would be required to wear a mask. If they did not have or choose to wear a mask during that time or in that space, then they would be asked to leave. So this would be part of, as the event footprint and the oversight and management of it. it would come back to our organization to enforce those guidelines and enforce those measures that are in place. So obviously it does require us to hire or enlist additional staff to do that. But we do feel that this is a way for us to start back in this recovery and rebound phase. Back when we first were talking about this back over the summer was, let's close the avenue, extend the dining. So it would have had similar measures that would have been needed to have controls over it, to make sure that safety is being enforced. So we're doing a similar program that we talked about a long time ago, but in a traditional, historic, 12-year annual event that we've done, but we're doing it in a different way. And I think, our restaurants are standing by us and also very and excited and intrigued to see how this will go, but really eager to also participate to make sure that it is a new and very safe event for us and for our community to lead that way and to do things well and to lead by example in ways that things can be done in a very safe and distanced way. Also, the other things to take into account, this event takes place on a Monday night. It doesn't take place on a Thursday night, a Friday night, or Saturday night. And typically, Swinton to Federal Highway is already very busy. This is a Monday night, and now it's in April. It's not in March, which is traditionally in mid-March. So we're moving it to April, which is now a slower month, on a Monday, which is a traditionally slower night. Many of our retailers and some of our restaurants aren't even open on Monday that are in that footprint. And this is also only involving 13 restaurants, not the entire avenue. So, just keeping it in perspective of what the program is and what the event is really important. Traditionally, we have close to 1,200 people that are seated on Atlantic Avenue. This year, we're bringing it down to close to, just 800 people, which sounds like a lot, but when you have 13 restaurants, it's close to only, anywhere from, some will have 40 people, some will have 70. So maximum will have 80 if everyone takes 70 plus attendees. But there's obviously room for more, and since it will be spread out and socially distanced, we don't want to obviously to do that. But it is an opportunity for us to just take that first step in this direction, and we're open for the discussion, and we're willing to hear this. We did review this with the CTAC team, went through all outline, and we had great questions, and we're able to answer all those questions and make it happen. So, if anybody has any other questions, I'm happy to answer.
Great. Let's move to Chris Bell if you have anything to add, and then we're going to let some of the commissioners speak.
Yes, Madam Mayor, if you don't mind, thank you. I have just a couple points. One is, I think we all agreed in our internal discussions that enforcement is going to have to be paramount, and somebody actually enforcing the mask wearing, enforcing groups staying away from each other. None of us want to have this or any other event turn into a super spreader event where we have an outbreak that happens from this. That would be the worst thing for any of us. And I just want to put it on the radar as well that one of the discussions we've had with Laura is that, these events are planned in advance and costs are incurred well in advance of the event. And so just consider, the projections could be right and the projections could be wrong. So we could be in late March coming back and saying, looks great, the numbers continue to decline, everything's a go. Or we could be coming back in late March, early April and saying the numbers are even higher than in January, and then there are going to be presumably lost costs to a number of people because of the approval. So just a couple of things for you to consider in deliberations, ma'am.
Thank you for that, and I think that has to be stressed to those that are going to be involved in participating because they're already in a tough situation, and we're trying to do things to help, but this could actually end up backfiring, and we just need, because we are doing this, or if we do decide to go forward with this, we're doing it at a time where we just can't predict what's going to happen. So let me go to Commissioner Frankel first, then Commissioner Boylston.
Is Chief Tomey still on the line by chance?
He is. He's got his hand up.
Chief.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you a question, and if it's an improper question, please let me know. But how many in your department, the men and women you have working for you, have you kept any statistics on how many of your men and women have actually caught COVID while on duty?
Wow. We have, and we do. I just don't have that number readily in front of me.
Gotcha. Is it a few? Is it a lot? Can you characterize it by chance?
And it's also very hard to determine whether or not they caught it actually on duty or not. So we have to assume that they caught it on duty, but we don't know. Those that we know that caught it off duty, the people that were on vacation and they were around things, we can eliminate those out of the bunch. But for those that are just doing their normal everyday stuff and coming to work every day, we can't eliminate them for not necessarily getting it on duty. I don't have that number in front of me, but it is it's pretty significant.
And I appreciate that, and I didn't mean to catch you off guard. You see, whenever we have these discussions, we never really consider our first responders, our police, our fire, our EMTs, our city staff. We're somewhat putting them into harm's way. And while Savor the Avenue is one of my favorite events, and I also note it's a different version, it's a smaller version. When I hear 800 people, and with what's going on, and I'm reading on the internet right now that Florida currently has the most cases of this UK variant of COVID, to me, and I also share my conversation that I had with our city attorney this afternoon. I just am not comfortable right now authorizing any large gatherings, whether they be all the safety protocols that can be made. As the deputy vice mayor brought up at the Super Bowl, they had all those protocols in place, but people have a couple beers or a couple drinks, and suddenly masks fly off, or they're not respecting people's distancing. So at least from where I'm sitting and with the information I have as of this moment today, I think that this is a conversation to be considering any city special event starting after July 4th. I think it's a good quarterly discussion. We can certainly evaluate the information and the data and the science then, but I just am not there at this point, just acting on the abundance of caution. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, Vice Mayor Boylston?
So I see this as similar to Old School Square coming to us to continue to be able to have events in a safe, revised format. Ms. Simon, to me, I don't even look at this as safer. I know it's a way to keep the tradition going on. For me, this is extended outdoor dining. It's an idea that, our mayor even mentioned way early on in regards to closing Atlanta Avenue and extending restaurants. And at that time, the restaurants weren't in that mindset, and that's not something that they could get behind. But it sounds like with Savor the Avenue kind of being the vehicle on Monday night, closing Atlantic Avenue, and really just extending the restaurants. And so, I'm not for having an event like Delray Affair, but I am for anything that helps our restaurants and our retailers, and in addition, keeps people safe. Okay, because the same people that might have walked in those restaurants on a Monday night to eat are now sitting outside, and they're spaced out, and they're being monitored, and their temperatures being checked before they walk in, which, as we know, and Commissioner Frankel has pointed out, it's not happening at the restaurants, where maybe in some other cities in our country it is happening. So I would be in favor of city staff having discussions with other city entities, the CRA, the DDA, the Chamber of Commerce, Old School Square, in regards to events that help our businesses and extend safe outdoor dining, such as your distance dining in the park concept. Call it Savor the Avenue, socially distanced edition. I'm not calling it an event. I'm calling it an expansion of outdoor dining to help our restaurants.
Thank you. I think we should call it Safer the Avenue, and we should try it. I think that, again, I agree with you, Vice Mayor, that this is an extension of outdoor dining. It's already happening. I don't think it's going to in fact, I think it might actually be safer than what's going on right now, because this area is going to be quarantined off as an area that is absolutely masked on the avenue, which is very different than what you're seeing down there at this point. And well, I'll tell you what, I'd love to see it take off and be the catalyst that starts getting people wearing these darn masks, so we can get out of this pandemic. I'm sick of it already. As far as the 30-person surf competition, I'd have to really understand how that works, because I know that it's probably younger people, and they're probably going to be not distancing. So I'm not sure how that would take place, but it is in a very open air, probably breezy location. So I'm not sure how that would look, but I would definitely be interested in at least looking at these further. I don't have as much of a problem. Oh, you have Safer the Avenue. Okay, there you go. So anyway,
I just changed it.
I know, it's so strange, because I'm sitting here thinking, did I just maybe read that wrong and thought I came up with it anyway? Regardless, I think it's a great idea. Just because it is something that we're already doing, and it actually will make Safer the Avenue with respect to dining. So anyone else on this topic? And do we have support with it just moving forward? Okay, it looks like yes, and yeah, there's at least 3 of us, so we're going to definitely move forward. Yes, Vice Mayor?
Well, one clarification, the city event suspended until March 31st. What is the new date? Are city events, other city events, suspended until a later date unless they fit, this mold by a city partner? I would just want a clarification on that.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it kind of was, we're going to be looking at it on an individual basis and letting this group to determine whether or not this is something that the city could even contemplate. So
I think it's important to put out there, though, that we're not open for contemplating any private events. So that don't come under a suit, you know what I mean?
No, it's only like we were talking about limited access, ticketed events. It goes through a whole team to determine whether or not it is even within the boundaries of what we would consider. So that's the only thing that we'd be considering. We're just not going to suspend everything. We're starting to kind of open it up a crack. And if it makes sense, and I'm sure that we'll be hearing about more of this, then we can possibly do it. Okay, Commissioner Cassell, you had a question.
I just wanted to say that, we leave in that caveat that if something happens dramatic and things change for the worse, we will reconsider this. Okay, thank you.
And Laura Simon, did you have your hand up still? You want to say something?
Well, I just wanted to reiterate what Chief Tommy and some of the things that Anthea said and we had talked about with the team on Friday as we prepared for this discussion tonight. We're constantly learning from cities all around the country, the DDA is, and how to reopen and what to do responsibly and what they're doing. So bringing those measures to Delray Beach and to the team, and vice versa with Chief Tommy and his team and our police department and everybody, how we're working. But phasing things, we've always gone through like a phased approach. We reopen into phased approach. So this is similar to that, and building those parameters and those safety measures. And putting the parameters there to be able to do and look and evaluate events as we go forward. And you've got a really great, strong team around you and make really smart and great decisions, and empowering them to do that is really beneficial and will help everyone. So I just rely on just really what they can bring, that COVID safety team to that. So I think a phased approach is great, but giving it I think definitely an evaluation time, and I think we said somewhere June 30th, but Anthea might be able to answer that.
Sounds good. All right.
So yes, in this case, I guess it's June 30th, or if the team establishes those thresholds where we have to bring it back. So I guess we will start developing this phased approach based on this conversation on how we would move forward, and we'll come up with parameters for that. And I did want to give the mayor complete credit for Safer the Ave. I changed it while you were talking because it was clever. So,
okay.
It said Safer before.
That's so funny because I'm going, did I read that differently, or what's the deal? Okay, good. All right, so moving on.
Okay. So the next thing was that, as you may know, sidewalk cafes. We allowed temporary sidewalk cafes, meaning some of our restaurants expanded in front of adjacent tenant spaces that were either vacant or were not food service, and they had permission from the owner and the tenant to use their space to help them spread out. So technically that, again, is something we had said we would revisit March 31st. Annual billing for Sidewalk Cafe occurs June 30th. And so at this point, we thought instead of pulling everybody back in based on where we are, that we should extend these expanded areas until June 30th. I do want to give you a little bit of a heads up. At that point, I think we're going to have to discuss whether the extra area is billed. I think it's a competition, and everybody, each business wants to be treated fairly, and we need to make sure it's equitable. So this is our recommendation. We just want to confirm it's okay with you that we allow those spaces at least until June 30th, and then we'll revisit.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, so I'd like to jump in here. I know we saw the recommendation from the DDA, I think, to do it through like either a year or through the end of the year. I'll say that in one of the slowest months for restaurants in our city, especially in our downtown, to plan on June 30th being the date, I just can't see that. So I would recommend kind of meeting in the middle and reviewing this in October, like right before we're about to get hit with season. Let them have the sidewalks through June, July. August is our worst month, and then September, and we'll be reevaluating September as we're going into season.
I think we could maybe keep it June and then make that determination. Let me tell you why. I think everybody's desperate for vacation. And I think that if we start seeing, the summer months, we may end up with a season over the summer just because people are just trying to get out. And I know that there's a lot of stir crazy people, including myself. So can we just evaluate it at that point in time? But I have no problem, moving it on even beyond that if it's not really, if we're seeing it's really slowing down like it normally does. I mean, June through August are probably the worst months for Florida in general, but we're not in normal time. So I'm just thinking that, leaving it open gives us that opportunity just to evaluate it again in June, at the end of June.
I know, but committing to those months also gives the restaurants the ability to make an investment in the chairs or the tenants, or to go through our city process and really know that they're going to have those additional months. Remember that even if everything went back to normal tomorrow, that some businesses still would not be able to make it, right? They need to make up some of the difference, and we're hoping to do that. And, knock on wood, I hope it is a safer world, and we do see those tourists, come this summer, but that's the opportunity where we should be making up some of the difference there. So I would put it out to my colleagues, if anyone is supportive of extending this, to season, so through September.
Yep, good points. Ms. Alvarez, you have your hand up, so let me recognize you first.
Thank you. I need to remember to speak loudly. The June 30th date, I just want to provide a little clarification on why we chose that date, at least in the sense of coming back before that date to revisit the matter and discuss with the commission. As the slide mentions, the annual bills that we send out to these cafes are renewed at June 30th. If the commission does want to go beyond June 30th and extend the use of the sidewalk cafes beyond that, my only clarification I'd like to ask would be, would the commission be okay on June 30th billing everybody equitably for those uses of those cafes? Because remember, some of them have had those, they pay that per square foot basis. Some are on FDOT right away, and they also get that bill as well. So if we do go beyond June 30th, I know staff will be asking immediately, what does that mean about how we bill them? So as long as the commission can give us some direction related to whether we bill them equitably, that would be my suggestion, but I leave it to the commission.
I'm okay with equitably.
Same here.
Yep, you got it right.
So to summarize, we'll extend the sidewalk cafes, allowing that use until September 1st.
Well, we're still in discussion on that part of it, so let me go to, Commissioner Frankel, you've got your hand up.
I'd support what Mr. Boylston said. The one thing I recall from our discussions about all of these things is the investments these restaurants and businesses are making. I think that's very important that we show that, we'll support them if they're going to expend that capital, as well as even if the COVID scares, if people are getting vaccinated, if unbelievable that people start wearing their masks, I think that people are going to want to eat outdoors for a long time. And I just think that if it's something that we can extend and not make this more of a problem and to bill equitably, like my colleagues have said, I think it would be a good idea. So I would support what Mr. Boylston has proposed.
Thank you. And I'm going to recognize Laura Simon. You have something to add?
Yes, thank you. Just to that point, I'm glad you mentioned that, Commissioner Frankel, just because it is that investment that the businesses are doing, and those that are actually contemplating making that investment right now to make those changes. And if they make the changes now, it does not give them a lot of time to recoup that. And again, we don't know what summer will bring. We're hoping for non-hurricanes month or season, but we just don't know. So we want to make sure that we're preparing and taking advantage as much as we can, but it is an investment that they will do. And it's significant in some cases. So allowing them that opportunity to have a chance to do that. And then also giving them notice and having everything communicated to them up front so they have all of that clear and expectations can be laid out for them so there are not any surprises. So
very good.
Thank you.
And so are we good as a commission to extend to September versus end of June? Do we have 3? Yes, there are 3. Okay, so I think that answers your question.
Would that be the end of September or the beginning of September? Sorry for that.
I would say end of September.
Okay.
Third quarter, right?
Yeah. Okay, some of these I think are simple, but they were a pilot program, so we want to just confirm that any kind of creative window coverings, curated displays with off-premise businesses to fill storefronts, anything creative that GDA can come up with to beautify vacant storefronts. We are still on board with piloting this type of effort, correct?
Yeah, that's a no-brainer.
Okay, so then we're going to go to temporary private outdoor use areas where either uses that would be allowed to be outside were allowed to absorb parking areas or just simply expand without providing parking. We'll talk about the BART separately in a second. We did add tents to the program, as something to help a few. After we got comfortable with it, I think a few have gone up. And then ultimately, we've had a couple of code enforcement issues, and we've basically, I think right now everybody knows the rules, not to expand like a DJ into your backspace and things like that. So we're, if it's okay with the commission, again, we'll pull this until the same. I mean, do you want to do June 30th or do we want to go to the end of the fiscal year? September 30th on this too.
Yep. Now, let me ask you, the operating hours normally for a restaurant are what? What are the operating hours for a restaurant?
So if you are not a late night use, you can receive permission, as you know, to be a late night use as long as you are sufficient distance from residential zoning or you receive a conditional use. If you're not in that area, it's I believe midnight. If you have later hours, these outdoor uses have followed the same operating hours as the indoor for restaurants.
Got it. Okay. So, that answers that, and I think you got your direction.
So then we go to the standalone bars, and remember the distinction is that there's less food. Sometimes smoking's allowed, although that's becoming less desirable, I think, inside. You can be standing up and drinking. You're not required to be seated. And generally, our code says you cannot go outside. So right now we have 3 that are operating with outdoor spaces, the Sail Inn, the OG, that's what it used to be called. It was going to change to a restaurant called Tequiza. Unfortunately, the impacts of COVID have slowed that down. And then Hopportunities, which is only a 2 COP because they don't serve hard liquor, it's beer and wine, and they were, through discussions with the commission, allowed to be open until 10 p.m. So again, just double checking that it's okay to continue these. And then the question that we have is that these businesses were limited to more conservative hours than the restaurants were. The restaurants are following the business being open. The bars, which were never allowed to be outside, had earlier cutoff. And there has been several requests that you've heard in public comment and other places to extend the hours longer. And so we need some direction on that. Laura may want to speak to this as well.
Well, I'm going to start off by saying I think that this is a very touchy subject. It's not because of the fact that we're not wanting the bars to be outside during COVID. That's the absolute opposite. We would prefer them to be outside versus inside because of the just the very nature of the spread. However, we're talking about 2-3 of these bars that have requested, abutting, the residential areas. And that's a real issue. That's the reason why we have that 9 o'clock hour. Now, maybe what we do is we're a little bit more flexible on the weekend hours. Maybe we go Friday and Saturday night, you can go out until 11 o'clock outside. But I just have to tell you, I think that, when somebody's coming home from a long day of work, the last thing they want to be is hearing people, the din of, bar, people who are drinking a lot, all night until 2 a.m. in the morning. It just is not, I think, acceptable. And there's a reason that we don't have bars on the outside, and we're already expanding that. So I'm not unwilling to compromise here a little bit further temporarily. But again, the further away from, a reasonable hour that we get, the more likelihood we're going to have the opposite happening, the people who are living around there complaining. So trying to find that balance is what I think is the best bet. I'm going to recognize Deputy Vice Mayor first.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mayor. I would be in favor of extending the hours over, I don't know, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Maybe only Friday and Saturday to the 11 p.m. time, with reasonable understanding that should you become a nuisance or a problem, that your neighbors don't like the new change, that I'm all in favor of it. Of course, they all know social distancing, masking where possible, the outdoors. The weather's going to start being a little nicer. If they can do it without incurring the ire of the surrounding residents, I'm all for it. I finally have figured out where Opportunities is, and I don't know why they shouldn't be given an 11 p.m. time frame, because they have a barrier of shrubbery, then the railroad track, and I don't know what's on the other side of the railroad track. If they're a couple of residents, I'm not quite sure, but they're so isolated as far as I'm concerned on the east, south, and north that I would be more than willing to give them. I don't know, again, what their backyard looks like. It would be nice if we had pictures. I'm not inclined to stop it and just investigate it. The OG, I know that they're in an urban area where there are residents of buildings all around them. And the Sail Inn, I have yet to understand what their surroundings are. But if they become a nuisance, then we shut them down.
Yeah, the Sail Inn backs to residential district as well. So moving on to Commissioner Frankel. Thank you.
I was at Opportunities, and just like our governor, I thought I saw Deputy Vice Mayor drinking a beer without a mask, but maybe I'm mistaken. These are 3 very distinct areas. To me, OG, while it is within urban apartments, whatnot, that was Kevros for many years. So there's somewhat of an expectation. Opportunities, that's on Federal Highway. So I would get, Sail Inn, you have residential around that area off of George Bush. I'd be a little more concerned. It's 11 o'clock is fine for me, but this would have to be like a 3-month thing or a 4-month thing. So, and I'd also put in there, if there's any issues whatsoever, staff has the ability to say, listen to the commission, here's the issues, we feel it necessary to end this. I think our code enforcement or whoever the appropriate staff would be, I think they're fair. And I've seen many warnings issued to other businesses that have not been compliant. And I've seen staff and police officers, for that matter, try to, reason with people and be nice. So as long as they would have that authority, I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Boylston?
Yeah, just before making my comments, can we hear from Laura Simon and her thoughts?
Yeah, no, I was going to address that. I just wanted to make sure that the commission had theirs first, and then she can follow through.
If you prefer me to go first, I think my colleagues, I think you guys know where I stand on this. Any of these bars, if they were to turn a restaurant, they would be allowed to have people outside. They would have to follow any of our noise ordinances. They would be allowed to have people outside like Dada's can, with residential right next door till 2 o'clock in the morning because they serve food. I would even be open, and I put this out last meeting, to telling each one of these bars that if you want to stay up late, you have to have food. And they could house a local food truck or a little camper or, Delray Beach businesses that are looking for spaces because events aren't happening right now. They can house one of them, support that business, support their family, and also get the exception of staying up as late as a restaurant normally would. If you guys aren't in favor of that, I would certainly settle for 11 p.m. on, weekdays and, midnight on Fridays and Saturdays. But it's really up to you. I'm just looking to help these bars. We've already had 2 close, gone from 9 to 7 in our city, and I want to see as many of these bars there. This bar, what we did for Opportunities, saved them. We saved that business.
Okay, to Laura.
Thank you. And thank you, Vice Mayor, for saying that, because that's actually what I was going to say. I think we have really a great opportunity to help these individuals, and they are working collectively with our city clean and safe teams and code teams to make sure that they're compliant. They're working with their surrounding neighbors. As you mentioned, OG was Kevros before SOFA was built, and there was a collaboration there. I do think allowing them the opportunity for 11 p.m. During the weekdays, midnight during the weekends would be best, with obviously a review. And to your point, Commissioner Frankel, the code team is out there constantly and doing a great job of that all throughout our entire downtown, not just on these 3. But I think it's something that we do have a collection within the downtown area of between restaurants with entertainment and standalone bars that blend this and add to our noise. So I do feel that that is the number one ask. 50% or more, 90% of people are looking for places to go outside. It's very hard to operate in a safe environment and have patrons in a safe environment when you're excluding them to be only inside. So anything we can do to help that will help our bar graph go down. So I think if we can eliminate and give these guys these opportunities, I think that would be beneficial. Thank you.
Anyone else? I can't support the 12 o'clock and 11 o'clock. I can only support 9 and 11. That's what I would put forward, but it's up to the majority. I'm just talking about these these bars that are basically surrounded by, residential. Opportunities, you can go until whatever that time frame that would allow normally. Because I don't think there's anybody that's going to be offended or be kept awake. But when we're talking about bars that were never allowed to be outside to begin with, now being outside at later times, we are going to, disturb the peace, I think. It's my feeling. And I think that it needs to also be predicated on it being able to be rolled back if, in fact, there's noise complaints coming in from residents. So, Vice Mayor, did you have your hand up?
What if we allowed them to house a food element so they turn into a restaurant?
Well,
a temporary, obviously temporary.
I think what you're doing is you're just basically creating the loophole, and it's still a bar that's happening on the outside, and I think it's going to be a problem. I think that just because of the fact that there's food, and that's why I was asking about restaurants. I don't understand how restaurants are allowed to be out operating until 2 a.m. Why wouldn't everybody be a restaurant? I mean, the only thing that there would be missing is just the having the equipment inside of their places of business that indicate that they can be a restaurant. Anyway, Commissioner Frankel?
I think one thing we can all agree upon is Atlantic Avenue, it morphs between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. It turns into a greatly different place. And people aren't wearing masks or doing safety protocols at 12 noon when I walk from my office to Lemongrass to pick up lunch like I did yesterday. That's my concern. People are not following rules during the day, so after they have a few drinks, they're not going to. We've always maintained that we're not going to be Las Olas or we're not going to be Clematis Street, yet, slowly but surely we somewhat morph late at night. To me, 11 o'clock's a fair compromise. I think Mr. Rosen with the OG Ocean Gardens, what he's calling it now, and Mr. Schiller, in my view, I think he's okay with it. Opportunities, I'm not so sure they stay open that late. I think they close maybe 11, 12 o'clock. I don't know, though. I don't want to affirmatively state that. Sailing, that's a late night joint, and it gets a little rowdy. So I think 11 o'clock is a fair compromise, at least, and with the notion that if there's issues, that's yanked immediately.
Deputy Vice Mayor?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I would like to confirm what you said. That's more than enough time. Let's not make it more than we should. 11 o'clock is more than reasonable. Thank you.
Vice Mayor? No, okay. So it looks like it's 11 o'clock. And then that's with the idea that in the event that there is issues with noise complaints, that we'll roll it back. Any other issue?
I'm sorry, just to clarify, it's 11 o'clock on Friday and Saturday only, or all days and then roll it back? I just want to be clear.
That's a good question. I'm 11 o'clock on Fridays and Saturdays, but we can try it and see if it works. The 7 days, and then if it's not working, roll it back on the weekdays.
And I'm 11 o'clock 7 days. I'm not so sure all of these establishments are open every day of the week. So, I don't know the hours of operation, but I'm okay. But if there's any issues, then it gets yanked.
Yep. Okay. I think you have your Ms. Alvarez?
Just very briefly, we did need that clarification, so appreciate it. It would be 11 p.m. all days that they're open during the week, or 7 days a week, whichever. And just so the commission is aware and on the record, all of these are temporary measures, correct?
Yeah,
so we're not just talking about standalone bars, we're talking about sidewalk cafes or anything else.
Correct.
So as you all know, being temporary, we reserve the right to revoke these temporary licenses at any point in time, which has been done with at least one situation. So it's all temporary and it all can be revoked should we have any need to.
Very good. All right. Is there another? There we go. Sign codes.
And I'm sorry I didn't have a great image of this, but we did loosen up those types of signs that we would let businesses use to promote themselves. I think this came up at the last meeting. There were hanging banners, there were additional A-frame signs. Of course, the concern is if it gets to be too much, it starts to be a pedestrian obstacle and potentially a trip hazard. So we did start removing any extra signs January 4th. And we just want to see if we should consider a little more signage to be available through June 30th. And Laura would have to speak, I think, to exactly what the priorities are for the businesses.
Laura?
Yes, again, thank you. This is proven to be very beneficial, especially for our retail community that is suffering much more than our, obviously our restaurants, restaurants are allowed to have signage. But as we reopened or was actually into closure, we were allowed, so the administration allowed for banners and different things to be hung that I'm in agreement that there are some signage things out there that need to be taken down or be improved upon, and we are addressing those individually with the team. But I do know for a fact that our retail community is benefiting from the ability to have additional signage to make known that they're, especially in some of our side streets and side off-street retailers that are getting new customers on a daily basis, because we have to remember that every day is someone's first day out for the first time, and they are now coming down or coming to downtown in the daytime, which already foot traffic is light. So allowing them the opportunity to get noticed is a benefit. And just with the team going out and making them aware that the sign code was expired, or the relaxation of it was expired, caused a lot of anxiety to our businesses because they were seeing such a benefit and and a little bit of a bump in their revenues. We do still have, some of our retailers are still seeing some see 0 days. So we need to make sure that we're not, adding, extra harm to them. If this is obviously a temporary measure and opportunity for us as a DDA to still help implement this and oversee with the city team to make sure that it's not creating obstacles and creating sign litter, which we don't want to do to our downtown. So, but it is definitely proven to be a benefit, and they are strongly, pleading really to do what we can to keep this for at least through season, whatever season looks like. So, just really urge you to try to extend this as much as we can.
Great, thank you very much. Anybody? I think you kind of, you're best, downtown to determine what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. I think that we should extend this all the way through the end of September as well, and allow for code and for you, Laura, and the city to make those decisions based on what you're seeing. I think you're fully capable of that, and I don't know that we really need to be that involved unless anybody else feels differently. I think it's kind of, the silence is deafening.
Thank you very much.
It's all on you guys. All right, very good.
Okay, and that concludes the PowerPoint, I think, with the feedback that we needed for those specific issues. If there's anything anyone wants to circle back on, I leave it to Jennifer. Thank you.
Great. Well, I just want to say thank you very much, Laura, for coming in and for being part of this, as well as Chris Bell. And who else do we have on there? I'm sorry. Chief Tommy. And, of course, you, Anthea and Jennifer. That was very informative and certainly helped each of us to really kind of get a better understanding of what we really should be doing to help our city move forward in COVID. And hopefully these different ideas will help businesses to be able to survive, which is really the ultimate goal for some of it, and also keeping people safe. All right, moving on. We are now at a first read, and that is ordinance number 03-21.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Delray Beach by amending Chapter 4, Zoning Regulations, Article 4.4, Base Zoning District, Section 4.4.13, Central Business CBD District, by amending subsection 4.4.13C, Allowable Uses, to expand the areas wherein automated parking garages are permissible use by amending subsection 4.4.13D,
configuration of buildings to add the railroad corridor subdistrict of the central business district as an exception to standard building height regulations of the central business district by amending tables 4.4.13B building height and 4.4.13C dimensional requirements by CBD subdistrict to increase maximum number of stories allowed in the railroad corridor subdistrict south of Southeast 2nd Street by amending subsection 4.4.13H in the Senate program to require the provision of workforce housing for a density increase above 30 dwelling units per acre within the railroad corridor subdistrict south of Southeast 2nd Street, providing a complex clause, a severability clause, and authority to codify, providing an effective date and for other purposes.
Very good. Anthea?
Okay. This is a privately initiated amendment, and the applicant is here with a presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Good. Is it Neil Pan? Who's the applicant?
I think it's Bonnie Miskell's.
All right. Ms. Belinsky. Yeah.
Okay.
It's I think Christina Belinsky, or if you're the applicant, raise your little hand so IT can find you quickly in the list to promote you.
Yep, Christina. Let's see.
There we go. Hi, everyone. Can everyone see and hear me?
We can.
Okay, wonderful. And Bonnie Miskell is going to be joining us as well. She is just wrapping up another meeting, so I'll get started on the presentation and she'll be available as well for questions. So if we can just go to the next slide, please. So just to go over a little bit of history, I'm sure you're all very familiar. In 2015, Ordinance 20-15 was adopted, which essentially provided a rewrite of the regulations applicable to the Central Business District. Prior to 2015, the CBD permitted a standard height of 48 feet and a standard density of 30 dwelling units per acre within the railroad corridor subdistrict. In many of these CBD districts, an increase in density was permitted through a conditional use process with the provision of workforce housing in certain areas. So those subject properties were actually able to seek an increased density of up to, or an increased height of up to 60 feet and an increased density of up to 100 dwelling units per acre. The comprehensive plan also permitted a maximum of 100 dwelling units per acre, subject to the approval of the conditional use request. In February 2015, again, ordinance number 2015 was adopted. The standard height for the CBD and the railroad corridor was increased to a maximum of 54 feet with 4 stories, and density was limited to 30 dwelling units per acre. The conditional use process was removed from the land development regulations for additional height and instead was replaced with a residential incentive program. Use of the program was limited to the West Atlantic neighborhood subdistrict and was really intended to encourage workforce housing within the CBD. Next slide, please. So our request tonight is threefold. First, we are requesting to increase the permitted number of stories from 4 stories to 5 stories within the railroad corridor subdistrict, and specifically the southern portion of the railroad corridor, which is areas south of Southeast 2nd Street. The maximum permitted height would remain at 54 feet. We are proposing to increase density from 30 dwelling units per acre to up to 70 dwelling units per acre, again within the railroad corridor subdistrict in areas south of Southeast 2nd Street, and subject to inclusion or participation in the residential incentive program. Inclusion of properties in the railroad corridor subdistrict south of Southeast 2nd Street would be required to not just provide workforce housing. Currently, the residential program requires 20% of the bonus units to be provided at moderate density. But here we are proposing to actually equally distribute the units between the very low, low, and moderate income level categories. And lastly, we are proposing to allow for automated parking structures within the railroad corridor subdistrict in areas south of Southeast 2nd Street. And right now, they're currently permitted within the northern portion of the railroad corridor subdistrict. So we're proposing to extend that to this area as well. Next slide, please. So we've been working a lot on these requests. We've gone back to before the Planning and Zoning Board on 2 separate occasions and had revised their application even before we got to that board for review. So again, the current height permitted within the railroad corridor subdistrict is 54 feet. Initially, we were proposing 60 feet. We had actually removed the request for additional height based on the feedback we had during the initial Planning and Zoning Board meeting, as well as from comments from community members. Currently, the LDRs permit 4 stories. Our initial request was to go up to 6. We've reduced that to 5 stories, again, to fit in within the current height permitted for the subdistrict. The maximum density we're proposed is now 70 dwelling units per acre, again, through inclusion of the residential incentive program. With the residential incentive program, again, currently the LDRs require 20% of the bonus density at moderate income levels, and we are proposing to equally distribute that among the very low, low, and moderate income levels for properties within the railroad corridor subdistrict. We removed prior requests related to additional height for appurtenances, front setback requirements, and have not changed our requests related to automated parking garages because obviously a surplus of parking is better within the downtown areas, recognizing the need for parking in general. So we've come a long way from our initial request. We've really listened to the neighbors, to board members. We had a DDA meeting early on when some of our initial requests affected more areas of the CBD in general, and then also, limited our request to just the southern portion of the railroad corridor. So we've come a long way since our initial application. Next slide, please. So this is just to show you the railroad corridor subdistrict. And if you go to the next slide, please. Again, our request tonight is focused solely on the southern portion of the railroad corridor subdistrict. It's those parcels identified within the bolded black lines on the map on the right-hand side of the screen. And it does not affect other areas within the CBD or the northern portion of the railroad corridor. Next slide, please. So this is just to show you some of the approved projects of similar size and density. Obviously, everyone is pretty familiar with Worthing Place. That was probably one of the first ones to be approved and constructed, and really that sparked redevelopment within the downtown area. Similarly, a lot of these projects that have been approved with higher density are centered around the railroad corridor, not specifically within the corridor subdistrict, but along the FEC railroad tracks. You can see the Strand, SOFA Building 2 is right there, and then you have a couple that are, a block or so away. So really these projects did help spark redevelopment within those areas, helped to reduce crime, and really created a valuable investment to those communities and to those specific areas. So we are proposing, again, to extend that increased density to the railroad corridor sub-district. We recognize that, the community, the Osceola Park community, has expressed need to revitalize their community, and we have, spoken to many residents who have lived there for a very long time, and really feel like something needs to be done, and that this proposed text amendment can help really bring their community a long way and make some progress in removing the blight and removing the crime in that area. Next slide, please. So again, just to go over a few of the projects, I'm sure you're all very familiar, but this is Worthing Place. It was approved at 92 dwelling units per acre with a height of 60 feet and 5 stories. They were not required to provide any workforce housing units at the time. Next slide, please. Here we have the Caspian, which was formerly Uptown Delray. They have a height of 48 feet and a mix of 4 to 5 stories. They were also approved at 78 dwelling units per acre, and they have 17 moderate workforce housing units. Next slide, please. Here we have Sofa Building 1. It was approved at 62.2 dwelling units per acre and 48 feet with 13 moderate workforce housing units. Next slide, please. Sofa Building 2, very similar. It was approved at 65 dwelling units per acre and 48 feet with only 6 moderate workforce housing units. Next slide, please. And here you have 111 First Delray, approved at 65.5 dwelling units per acre, 5 stories in height, and a height of 48 feet. They were allowed to provide 9 in lieu of workforce housing units. And this one is important to note because it is also located immediately adjacent to a single family community and mainly 1-story residential units. So they were approved at 5 stories, again 48 feet, and was found to be compatible with the adjacent single family neighborhood. Next slide, please. And then also the Strand, it has not yet been constructed, but it was approved at 63 dwelling units per acre at 4 to 5 stories and 57.7 feet. A total of 21 moderate workforce housing units were proposed. And again, you can see with these prior developments, the focus was clearly on moderate workforce housing. And again, we're proposing to extend that to all income levels, recognizing the need to really provide workforce housing for those lower income levels as well. Next slide, please. And I know this commission recently approved some applications with the Lincoln project. We wanted to do a brief comparison with that as well. Obviously, the location is different. This area is within the CBD, the commercial core. It lies immediately adjacent to the FEC Railroad, whereas the Lincoln was it's along the main thoroughfare, but it is primarily more of a suburban area rather than the downtown core. The height for that project was 52.5 feet. We're proposing to stay at 54, which is currently permitted under the code. They proposed 5 stories. We are proposing 5 stories as well. And again, just in terms of the percentage increase that was approved, they had a 250% increase from their base density of 12 dwelling units per acre. Again, we're in the downtown core. We have higher density to start off as a base. And obviously, this is an area that is the main employment center for the city. So we are proposing a 233% increase from the base density. So although, the actual dwelling units per acre may seem a little different, the percentage increase is actually very compatible as well. Next slide, please. So these are just images of the existing railroad corridor sub-district area. You can see that, a lot of properties need to be cleaned up. You obviously have the tracks right there, which makes it difficult for development in general. A lot of, developers don't want to be next to the track. The land values are also high because it is within the commercial core. So it really needs a little bit of help to, again, clean up some of these properties, remove the blight, spark some redevelopment, and really help, reduce crime in those areas as well, which we've learned is a main concern from a lot of the residents. Next slide, please. So this specific request is for a text amendment. It's not specific for any one property or project, but we just wanted to show you a conceptual rendering of what my client is proposing. They are calling it the 301. Essentially, there's open space and green space in the front of the building. Towards the bottom left-hand side of your screen, there are going to be commercial uses. A small cafe and grocery component are likely going to be proposed. And the pedestrian walkways are expanded in these areas to really foster that kind of more active ground floor area, and to provide an area for pedestrians to not only safely walk by, but to maybe sit and enjoy a cup of coffee and catch up with friends outdoors. One thing to note is that, we're proposing a building that is of the same height and mass that could be developed under the current land development regulations. So within that essentially building footprint and mass, we are proposing additional units and one additional story. But essentially that same building of that same size could be placed on that property today. We are also proposing an increase in open space from the 5% required under the LDRs to about 21% with this project. Sorry, next slide. Thank you. And obviously, any text amendment needs to be consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. As you are all very well aware, the Always Delray plan was just approved about a year ago. And we feel that this proposed text amendment very much falls in line with the Always Delray plan. So table NDC 1 allows for a maximum density of 30 to 100 dwelling units per acre within the commercial core through the revitalization incentive. So again, at 70 dwelling units per acre, we're right in there. Policy NDC 1.3.6 allows a standard density of 12 to 30 dwelling units per acre with a revitalization incentive density of 30 to 100 dwelling units per acre for the commercial core land use designation. Specific standards in the land development regulations would provide for adjustments in density, intensity, based on compatibility, scale, and character, and workforce housing incentive. And again, that workforce housing incentive keeps coming back through the comprehensive plan as one of the key elements to providing additional density, again, because it is so needed in the city. And goal NDC 2, provide a high quality of life for all residents, encourage a mix of building types and uses, diverse housing, and provide useful means of community engagement to transform underutilized and blighted areas into attractive and thriving neighborhoods, districts, and corridors. And again, I believe at the beginning of this meeting, you heard from approximately 10 residents within the Osceola Park community that have, expressed concerns over the blight within their community. And, we feel, and I believe a lot of them feel as well, that this text amendment will help spark revitalization and redevelopment in the area and really remove blight from their community. Next slide, please. All right, policy NDC 2.4.3, support the provision of transit-oriented workforce housing with incentives, again, such as increased density, and then they go into smaller unit sizes, reduced parking requirements in proximity to commuter rail. Policy NDC 2.6.4, improve the appearance of Delray Beach from the FEC and SCX railways. And again, by allowing for redevelopment and new projects along the railroad corridor, we'll be able to improve some of those blighted properties, vacant properties that are there, and really spark redevelopment along the railroad. Policy NDC 2.8.3, continue to utilize workforce housing programs and incentives, such as but not limited to increased density and again smaller lot sizes where appropriate and compatible with the land development regulations to encourage the provision of workforce housing in the city. Again, workforce housing is very much stressed within the Always Delray comprehensive plan. Policy NDC 2.8.5, promote the development of workforce housing units by offering incentives such as increased density in specific areas identified in the land development regulations. So again, we're proposing to provide workforce housing with the incentive being increased density. Next slide, please. All right, objective HOU 2.1, housing assessments, assure that all neighborhood environments are attractive, secure, and free from urban blight. So again, this is an area that definitely needs to be revitalized and to have some of that existing blight removed, and this text amendment will help spark some redevelopment of those areas. Objective HOU 2.5, elimination of blight. Eliminate blight and substandard housing conditions by providing programs to improve the structural and aesthetic conditions of existing housing stock in neighborhoods. So it's similar to the above. Policy HOU 3.1.3, identify areas near job centers, commuter rail service, existing and planned transit corridors that are appropriate for higher density multimodal development, and provide incentives in the land development regulations to provide or to promote redevelopment. So again, this area of the CBD, the Railroad District corridor, and specifically the southern portion of that corridor, is in close proximity to the main employment center of the city, being the downtown area. And we're proposing to provide, a higher density with the incentive being the inclusion of workforce housing. And policy HOU 3.1.4, encourage development of vacant or underdeveloped lands for housing and mixed uses, and promote rehabilitation of underutilized housing in desirable places to live. So again, this will help promote some development of existing vacant land and also potentially some underdeveloped parcels as well. Next slide, please. All right, I think just a few more for the comprehensive plan. Policy HOU 6.1.4, implement incentives in the land development regulations, such as increases in density to establish workforce housing units within targeted areas. So again, this theme is reoccurring. Objective HOU 6.2, affordable housing, provide very low, moderate, and high moderate income level housing opportunities throughout Delray Beach. So again, with our proposal, we would be providing not just moderate workforce housing units, which is what we've seen in prior approved developments within the downtown areas, but we're also proposing the inclusion of very low and low workforce housing units as well. Policy HOU 6.2.4, analyze areas targeted for workforce housing to determine opportunities for expansion and identify new areas which should be included. We feel this is an area that should certainly be included within that workforce housing incentive. And policy HOU 6.2.5, utilize incentives outlined in workforce housing ordinance to develop additional workforce housing units. So again, we're proposing to expand the workforce residential incentive program to include this specific portion of the CBD as well. Next slide, please. And we wanted to show you this particular map, which is within the Always Delray Comprehensive Plan. It's map 80-5. If you can see the red star, that identifies the property that my client seeks to develop, but the area generally around it to the south and to the north, bordering the FEC Railway, is the railroad corridor, the southern portion of that district. If you look at the map, the adjacent parcels are all highlighted in orange, noting that they need revitalization. So the city has clearly recognized the need for revitalization within this area, and we certainly feel like this proposed text amendment will help spark that. When looking again at the Linton project that was approved, that is adjacent to areas that are mostly in blue, which are noted as stable. So they did not need that same help, that same spark for revitalization in that area. So the proposed text amendment, again, we feel will encourage redevelopment of the adjacent railroad corridor and will help eliminate blight, reduce crime, and encourage revitalization of the neighboring community, which is very much in need of that. Next slide, please. Consistency with the downtown Delray Beach Master Plan. Again, just a couple of points to note here. The downtown Delray Beach Master Plan notes the need for attractive, affordable housing within the study area. The affordable housing developments should be mixed income levels to lessen the existing division within the community. So again, our proposal does include a mix of income levels, including, again, workforce housing at the very low, and moderate levels. New residential development should provide quality products in terms of design and amenities and provide an urban experience where residents can live, work, and play. Residential development should integrate commercial uses into new housing, such as small grocery retailers or cafes, which is what is being proposed, at least on our project. Identifies the CBD RC as having several infill opportunities. And again, it notes the challenges of this area surrounding the railroad, as it is currently underutilized and visually distracting. So this will again help spark redevelopment of this area that the master plan noted has a lot of challenges with it. Next slide, please. And this is again to show you the railroad corridor subdistrict, and specifically the southern portion, south of Southeast 2nd Street, which is the area that is subject to this particular request. The property in blue is my client's parcel that they are proposing to redevelop. And then a lot of the properties within this corridor have actually already been developed. They have long-standing businesses on them. And then, the properties in yellow show, potential areas for redevelopment that may also take advantage of this text amendment. But the number of parcels within this subdistrict are very limited to begin with, most of which lie directly along the FEC Railroad. And again, many would require some assemblages of lots to really make a significant development out of. Next slide, please. And the city also had several, or at least a few different housing studies and needs assessments. So the text amendment is consistent with the Delray Beach Housing Assessment Study. And essentially it noted that the city's popularity and lack of housing opportunities has driven up land costs and housing prices, particularly closer to downtown, which has caused a great disparity in income and housing values. Based on demographic growth and current future housing supply, the demand for housing in the city will exceed the supply over the next 5 years. Extremely strong growth in the highest income brackets will continue to raise land prices and housing prices, making the need for more residential development and affordable housing units even more prevalent. And I think that's one of the key takeaways here. It also recommends the implementation of creative housing solutions, noting rental housing will continue to play an important role, and that new, safe, quality rental housing will be in demand. So again, we're proposing a creative housing solution to ensure that we're not just providing housing for higher income earners, but are providing some workforce housing units for those that really need assistance and need places to live as well. Next slide, please. And the text amendment is also consistent with the Delray Beach FIU competitive assessment study. It indicates that there is a significant mismatch between the jobs located within the city and where people are actually residing, with only 15% of employed residents actually working within the city. It notes that this pattern cannot be sustained. So by adding new and affordable housing opportunities in close proximity to the city's main employment center in the downtown, additional opportunities will be created to allow employees of local businesses to reside in areas where they work. So again, we're proposing to add more units to help foster these residents that live in the city or work in the city to have places close to where they live as well. It notes high housing prices can be one of the most significant challenges to economic growth, hurting young families, young workers, and experienced seniors seeking to downsize. We need to essentially aggressively pursue an affordable housing program that delivers wider housing choices. And again, it recommends incentives such as density bonuses to be used as a tool by developers to create more housing opportunities. Next slide, please. It's also consistent with the Osceola Park redevelopment plan that was approved just a year and a half or so ago in 2019. It prioritizes the neighborhood beautification. It notes that undeveloped lots can often be dumping grounds for trash and unsightly or unsafe debris. So this will help revitalize or redevelop those vacant lots. It allows higher density and mixed-use development within those areas designated CBD, and it encourages improvements to facilitate continued investment in the area. It also emphasizes the importance of lighting and landscaping, encourages infill development, and promotes inclusion of neighborhood businesses within walking distances. It also addresses the nuisances issues adjacent to the FEC Railroad, which would have a positive impact on the neighborhood. So by cleaning up those properties directly along the FEC Railroad, the Osceola Park community would see a tremendous benefit. Next slide, please. And just again to reiterate, I know you heard about 10 speakers earlier in the meeting that spoke in favor of the proposed text amendment. We have had significant community outreach. We have a letter of support here from the president of the Osceola Homeowners Association. If you go to the next slide, please. We also have a letter of support from one of the other residents. I believe she spoke in support of the project earlier again. And we submitted a petition earlier today, this afternoon, with about 57 or so signatures of residents within the Osceola Park community that signed in support of the project. And again, at the time of when they were signing the petition, we made clear that the proposed text amendment would apply to the entire railroad corridor sub-district south of Southeast 2nd Street, and it wasn't project specific. And Again, we have an overwhelming amount of support from the Osceola Park community. Next slide, please. And just to go over again some of the benefits of the text amendment real quickly, it encourages improvements to a blighted area, the addition of workforce housing units at various income levels, allows density bonus within the same height, scale, and mass as buildings currently permitted under the LDRs, removal of vacant lots and replacement of active residential communities, leading to less loitering and illegal activities, improvements to overgrown and neglected lots, new lighting and security from these projects within the neighborhood that already has concerns about criminal activity. So that'll help put more eyes on the street and create more activity to eliminate those the potential for criminal activities. Improvements to streetscape and infrastructure of public use areas, parking in excess of LDR requirements, and open space in excess of LDR requirements. Next slide, please. It will also have an economic and fiscal impact, a positive one, to the city, with $19.8 million spent locally during the construction phase, creation of 290 jobs, being temporary with construction and permanent, that will result from new employment from the project. Household spending will add to the local economy. Increase in taxable value will also have a benefit to the city, and residents of the project, again, will generate additional revenues, which will have a positive net fiscal impact on the city's operating budget. Next slide, please.
Mayor, can I just interrupt for one moment? Or is this the end? I would just caution the commission that this is a legislative item. This isn't a site plan approval or anything like that. And so really, these slides are really irrelevant to your consideration today, and I would ask you that you not consider them.
Thank you.
And if we can,
That we're wrapping out of. This is the last slide.
yeah, this is last one. And just again to reiterate the consistency with the comprehensive plan. Table NDC 1 does provide for the revitalization incentive of 30 to 100 dwelling units per acre, and notes that that additional density can be accomplished through incentives such as the provision of workforce housing. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions. I know Bonnie Miskell is back on with us as well, so she's here and available to answer any questions, as well as members from our development team.
Okay, to the staff.
Great. So I'm sorry, I know this is a complicated item. I'm going to go as quickly as I can. So first of all, this is a legislative set of rules. This is a legislative set of rules that will apply to every parcel in this area, not just to the applicant's piece. It does not guarantee the building that was shown. In fact, the ordinance before you does not include any additional open space requirement as promised by the building in the presentation. So we really need to put our conceptual hat on. And this is coming up repeatedly. I'm sure everyone intends to do a beautiful project, and this is completely not, I don't believe it is a disingenuous effort. But we are adopting zoning rules. The project could be sold. It could look to someone else. It can get value engineered. There's a reason that the zoning code contains diagrams that are very scale and math oriented. And I'm just bringing this up because we've had several other projects. This isn't just about this one where, it's just concerning to see a detailed finished project that has not been through TAC or to SPRAB and, is not even providing some of the amenities in the actual ordinance language. So, all right, there's a couple of issues in play. The project in the proposal has changed as it's moved through the process. It no longer affects the northern district of the CBDRC. So for those of you in the DDA, this is why it did not come back to you, because the reduced scope to the southern area, takes it out of those boundaries. The building height is proposed to increase the number of stories, but not the number of feet allowed. And the density is proposed to increase from 30 DUs per acre to 70 with the inclusion of workforce housing. The specific set aside is 20% of the bonus. So that's that. And then there is also an amendment to expand the area that automated parking garages can be used. Right now, they are currently limited, and there goes my headphones, currently limited to the northern CBDRC, and actually the first one is under construction just north of 3rd and 3rd. But we had kept it at a narrow scope because we're not sure how loud it is or how it's going to work. So ultimately that had been limited, and the proposal is to expand it to the south, to utilize a modern technology. And, to be clear, like I always say, you can build what you can park. So more efficient parking certainly increases capacity. So I'm not going to go back over all of this again, but prior to 2015, the CBD was at 48 feet. There were potential incentives which were specifically offered through conditional use process for a limited area. The proposed area before you today was not included in those areas initially. It was never allowed to go beyond 48 feet or extend its density beyond 30. So it was really this previous program was focused in the core of the downtown, and then the areas that abutted a lower zoning district like OSHAD or RM were excluded from utilizing additional height. If they were within 150 feet of a residential neighborhood, they had to stay at 48. So this is the area that we're talking about now. It's 70 DUs per acre and adding a 5th story into the 54-foot tall enclosure. So why did we do zoning like this back in 2015? We moved towards a form-based code, and we were initially trying to regulate only through defining stories and stacking 4 of them up. And the reason that we do that is to provide some variety and a skyline and have different buildings and uses start to provide a little bit of variety rather than snapping that chalk line in the air and then fitting as much as we can within it. So this is why we regulate by the number of stories. And, that adjustment that was made was very purposeful at that point. I'm probably about to go.
With that was before, we had to find some amount of stories. If you added them up, you could do 4 stories within 48 feet. And,
Something happened to your sound, Anthea. Something happened to your sound. It's very hard to hear you. I can't hear.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. My earphones have officially died with this meeting and workshop together. Hopefully I don't hang up on you. All right. So, how did this change? Over time, we started seeing a series of waivers and every building that came out of the ground had a flat roof because that's where we measure height to. The first floor, through a series of waivers, became devoted to parking. So we were losing that sort of A Street, B Street. And when we have lower ceiling heights, it limits adaptive reuse of the mixed-use district, and it didn't support Class A office. And so ultimately, after a series of analyses and studies, we changed building height to allow more flexibility in ceiling height. We moved a setback that was at the top of the 2nd floor to the top of the 3rd, so the buildings didn't break at the belt. And it was a series of very purposeful changes that occurred with numerous public meetings. So where are we now? So here comes the CBDRC district. It is across from RM and R1A. All of these districts, RM and R1A, have a maximum height of 35 feet. The RM district here generally allows 5 to 12. However, this is within a workforce housing incentive area, which would allow these folks to go to 18 units with the provision of workforce. And then LD over the single family, of course, is at 5. So what's proposed before you is an increase from 30 market rate units to 70 with 20% of the additional units as workforce. And since we're going to look at a project, that means that the proposal would yield an increase from 42 units on that site to 100, which is an increase of 58 units on the site. 20% of the 58 would yield 11 workforce units. Linton Commons, which was also cited, provides 20% of the total number of units with their increase from 12 units per acre to 30. And Aura provided a total of 25 units per acre. So just to keep in mind what we've evaluated and added lately. So what is allowed in downtown? So when we're talking density, we saw a lot of examples of high density. Cannery Row is about 18 units per acre. This would be allowed right now. The Mark, which is the closest one to the area, is right at 29 units per acre and 48 feet. The Meridian, which backs up to Marina, is 30 units per acre. City Walk, over here, 30 units per acre, 48 feet. Pineapple Grove Village is almost 40. Ocean City Loft, 43.75 Ds per acre. Now, here's the Astor at 43. Worthing Place is our Mac Daddy downtown, 92 units per acre, 60 feet. It's one of the first redevelopment projects that came in downtown. Fifth Avenue, Del Rey is at 37. Atlantic Crossing will only be at 37.2 with 60 feet. And then Sofa 1, my numbers are slightly different, 62. Caspian 69.2. The approvals might have been higher, but the ultimate build out, I think, ended up losing a few units. And so you can see, like the applicant showed, the higher density units or redevelopments are really clustered in the core of downtown. And then the edge conditions are where the lower density starts to transfer into the surrounding neighborhoods. So policy 1.1.2 really talks about how do we make sure that those complementary uses and intensities are appropriately accommodated. And it talks about that they should face each other, that they, and then the other policy that we have is that, well, it's the land development codes that basically guide compatibility through all kinds of requirements, such as setbacks, height limitations, open space, and other things, and that, the density of the land use may not actually be achievable. So here's sort of a planner boxy example of how do you do a really wide range of different uses and intensities and you do it compatibly. And that is the key, that you're ensuring predictability, that, houses face houses, that there's a lower rise that helps that transition to the more intense buildings, that there is a little more relief in areas that are taller and higher in their intensity. And all of these rules that our code has really seeks to ensure that compatibility and that predictability. And that is what has created so much value in our downtown in the last 20 years, that there's predictability in the investment and the value. So how does that work in the area we're looking at right now? So here's the single family neighborhood, Osceola Park, mostly single family duplex in this area. And you can see that changes into CBD. Backs and sides are where this transition is occurring. Like uses facing like uses as much as possible. Then we move into RM, where again, the transition is back to back. And when we start to get into these kinds of conditions, we have to be really careful in terms of how much height and density we're putting directly across the street from other uses. So this is currently, with a workforce housing incentive, could go to 18. The current mixed-use development pattern already allows 30, and the proposal is to now allow 70. So I don't really want to go through all of our housing items. I think the main thing for you to consider on first reading is that what's before you is an additional story that is being inserted, which was sort of purposely removed previously, and we're going right back down that same path of lower ceiling heights and other things with this proposal. And that if we decide that this area is appropriate for increased development or density, it really is a shift in policy in an area this hasn't been done before. So I am really glad that the neighborhood is paying a lot of attention to it. So that's important. And then workforce units are absolutely needed. And I think ultimately the question is the percentage provided, 20% of the bonus, appropriate and distributing among all the uses, is that really the appropriate share considering today's market? You know, West Atlantic has that lower requirement, and it hasn't had as much investment coming along naturally. And then the automated parking structures, you know, there are issues about orientation. It's facing a residential neighborhood. We've got to be sure we're ensuring compatibility. And then other community benefits that could be included in a request for height or density provisions, green requirements, expanded green requirements, meaning green building and lead, or the open space that was shown, but is not evident in the ordinance. So these are all the things you need to think about while you're considering the proposal. The Planning and Zoning Board did look at this proposal prior to the series of amendments that you see before you. And then they reviewed it again at the last zoning board on January 25th. They voted 3-4 to recommend approval with the revisions, which means so they voted 3-4 to recommend approval, that the revisions with the density across the 20% being the total units, but the recommendation failed. And even though Attorney Jelen and our attorneys tell them to make a second motion to pass the denial vote, they did not. So they did not receive approval at Planning and Zoning Board, even if the density had been increased to be 20% of the total. So, and I'm sure you have questions. So, thank you.
Thank you to the commission. I'll say a couple things. I was part of the changes that we made in order to be able to not get the pancake effect on the buildings. I can't approve that. And the other issue that I have is, again, the bonus. We see these developments coming in right now that are giving us the full 20% on the additional bonus, or the amount of dwelling units per acre that we're giving. So that 54% rather than it just being on the percentages on the entire amount, and I don't see that happening here as well. The third issue that I have is the automated parking structures. We said specifically that we were going to wait to see how they fared in the north quadrant or the north section of the railroad corridor before we moved it into the south. And we would be, in fact, doing just the opposite, not watching to see how it actually works and if it's something that we want before moving it into the southern section. So those are three reasons why I'm not going to support it. Mr. Frankel, you were first, Commissioner Frankel, and then Vice Mayor Boylston.
Thank you. What great presentations. Thank you very much. I'm going to be very brief. It says a lot to me when the neighbors overwhelmingly speak up with Mr. Quillian, Gailey, McDermott. But one of the presentation, the letter from, and I can't even read my writing. It was after Mr. Quillian's letter, Dorsell with an L at the end. Wrote, and I agree with this. Right there, that letter right there. Thank you. The SOFA development has improved the area. I was on the commission many, many years ago when we approved that, and I think it absolutely has improved the area. So to me, Osceola Park has continually asked for city support, CRA support, and they need help in their neighborhoods. And even the one gentleman who said, well, he's for it, but we need help with some garbage and some other things. Yeah, I think it's a fair request. So certainly on first reading, I am going to be voting in the affirmative, and I appreciate everyone's time this evening.
Thank you very much, and thanks for your brevity. Vice Mayor.
I was just about to thank both of you for that. Yeah, it was. I put a lot of time into this. I know this was, supposed to come to us a while back, and the applicant reached out to me, and I said, "Listen, there are some critical issues here, and P&Z, I think spelled them all out for you when you were in front of them, and that you should go back and you go back in front of them." One of them is the 20%. I mean, it has to be 20% of the total number, which I thought it was. Anthea, is it not?
Madam Mayor, we had proffered that at Planning and Zoning Board, so yes, it was. I'm sorry. I think the night is so long that Christina forgot to add it because our presentation had been done before. But the commitment is 20% of the entire density, not just the bonus density.
In all three buckets.
That's correct.
This is, we've stated this is a standard moving forward, and soon it will literally be, written as a standard in Delray Beach. So that's necessary. I get what you're saying, Mayor, and thank you, Anthea, for the little bit of the history lesson. But obviously, it's not working. We're not getting the development on the railroad tracks there. As long as we're not adding height, I'm okay with adding a floor. I wouldn't be for height. Density, we've proven over and over again in our downtown that density is not what brings traffic. I love a little bit of the mixed use element, the extension of the downtown, the outdoor area in the renderings. But again, that's not a part of what we're discussing today. So in the future, I'd really appreciate it, staff, with any applicants, really ensure and make sure that they understand that. And feel free to jump in earlier into the presentation. We really need to stay, on task what we're looking at. So this is first reading. I will be in favor. Oh, and one more thing, which I don't know how this snuck up: the automated parking. Absolutely right, Mayor. I want to see one. I want to see how it functions. I want staff's recommendations. I want to know what things we should put in place before we approve another one. I love that we approved one to go in. It's innovative. I don't know if I've ever seen one in person like the one that's being built in Delray. I think at the time it was going to be the first one in Florida of this type. I'm almost certain. So I got to see that first. Hopefully it's going to be finished soon. Hopefully you can come back to us, and we are approving it around the city because it's very successful and a smart, innovative thing to do. So I won't be able to approve that element, and you have to have the 20% of the total units in the three buckets. So I will be supportive tonight, but I will be meeting with the applicant and staff prior to that second reading and really working through a few more of these little details.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Casal, and then Deputy Vice Mayor.
Thanks. I'll be super quick. This is a concern I have consistently. We're going from what currently you could build 45 units on to 300 and something units. It's a massive increase. It's a 233% increase in density. And it concerns me, especially as Anthea, as you pointed out, it's abutting in some instances residential. I am very concerned about this. And the other thing is, this did not pass at Planning and Zoning two times, correct? Excuse me. Thank you. So Planning and Zoning did not pass this twice. I will be going with Planning and Zoning on this one. Thank you.
If I can correct the record.
Ms. Miskell, they're in board discussion, so I would just ask for somebody to just recognize you just to keep the process.
Okay.
I'll recognize Ms. Miskell.
Thank you. I just want to correct the record for the public. It's not going to 200 and some odd units. It's going from 42 to 100. So I just wanted the record to reflect that so that no one was confused. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so, Deputy Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm quite concerned that we're talking about, as our attorney tried to tell us, we're not really talking about this particular development. We're just talking about, I thought, changing, I'm beginning to realize more, changing the zoning, changing the particular LDR ordinance, both, everything. And we should not even be discussing what their project is at this particular time. Am I not correct?
You are correct.
You're correct.
Thank you very much. I will be in favor. Thank you.
Okay, so,
May I, excuse me, may I just say, it says right here on our sheet, a 233% increase. Given the considerable density increase, consideration should be given to the proposed percentage.
Commissioner Casal, I think that there's a difference in the percentage versus the number of units. I think you might have mentioned
But I
units.
said percentage.
Oh, okay. I think that, well, I think that that's where the difference came in. So it's 100 units, a 233% increase. Yes. Okay. So we got that clear. All right. Very good. Entertain a motion.
Motion to approve ordinance 03-21 on first reading.
Second.
Okay. Call the roll, please.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
No.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Ms. Cassell?
No.
Mayor,
Okay.
Mayor, can I just get some clarification? Vice Mayor Boylston indicated that his intent was to seek 20% of the total units at all three levels. I don't believe that's how it currently reads right now. Is that the commission's desire to see this for second reading in that fashion, or just leave it as is?
Well, I guess I could leave it as is until the next if you want to, and then just correct it at that time. But I think it was very clear there were two issues that Vice Mayor brought up, and that was that the density. The workforce housing element, and also the garage element, the automated garage element. So we can probably discuss that at the next meeting as we're moving on, unless somebody wants to change it.
Is that okay, Ms. Jelen?
Is what okay?
Is that okay that it's addressed in the second reading?
Candidly, I'd rather have it addressed now, just so that we can show you what the finished product is going to look like based on the conversation today. I believe there's consensus, so I don't necessarily need another vote if the prevailing commissioners are indicating that was their intent. I just prefer to have the finished product so that you can see what it's going to look like.
Commissioner Frankel and Deputy Vice Mayor Shirley Johnson, do you agree that the automated garage should not be part of it, and that the 20% of the total number of units should be workforce housing in the three buckets of very low, low, and medium, right?
I saw a thumbs up by Adam. Okay, there you go. You got it.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's see. I'm losing my people here, but anyway, I think it was Christina and also Bonnie.
Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Y'all stay well.
You too.
Okay, moving on. We are at the tail end. I know you guys are even more tired than I am. You were here longer than me. So here we go to comments and inquiries on agenda items. Manager.
I don't have anything. My updates have been loaded into the agenda, so just please let me know should there be any.
All right. Well, we love you. We love you for that. And City Attorney.
I have nothing.
Okay, great. And is there anything from? Okay, we've got Vice Mayor Boylston.
I've crossed everything off my list. I just have to say this. News broke today that Coach TJ from Atlantic High School will be moving on from Atlantic High School. He stuck around a lot longer than any of us thought he would, only because we knew that colleges were after him from the very first season or second season, and he stuck with this program for 7 years. Went 66-16, went to the state championships. And I'm so excited. I'm sure he'll announce, in the next few weeks here where he's going. And I'm just so excited for him. And I am excited for the next phase of the Atlantic High School football program. And what he did with those students, and it's very important, I know it's cliche to say, but on and off the field was nothing short of extraordinary. There's a documentary that's being made about his time there, has been being made over the last few years. So we're going to miss him, and I wanted to put forward to the mayor if there's anything that we can do for TJ as he leaves our community and ventures out into the world.
I think we absolutely, I think there's definitely something we can do, and I think we should. And so absolutely 100% behind that. And I'm very excited for him. It sounds like he's moving up, which is very exciting for him. So we'll definitely need to do something for him. We'll discuss it and get back to everybody, make those rounds. Deputy Vice Mayor, you were, yep. Are you finished? I'm sorry. Okay. Deputy Vice Mayor, you were next with your hand up.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mayor. Once again, Vice Mayor Boylston has stolen my thunder. I put in a request over a month or so ago that we recognize the Atlantic High School football team for their accomplishments, but perhaps it did not happen because of this new development now means that it's going to be a bigger and better acknowledgement of the coach. I don't know what we do, but we should do something, and it should be as much as possible in person. Maybe they can come into the big conference room, his chosen players, because some of them made All-State, and I don't want to take our time talking about which of them did. I think there are at least 4 of them, maybe 5, that made the All-State recognition. He's done wonders, and I think not often enough praise has been given to him. So again, Vice Mayor, thank you. I'll move on with my things. I have 4. First, I'd like to make it clear to the 3 bars that we discussed that if there are enough complaints due to noise, not closing on time, live DJs or music, amplified music, they will be subject to closing, and that too, you will not do what we ask you not to do. Thank you for that one. On, first of all, happy Black History USA History Month. I've been doing my best every day to put something on my Facebook page, and I've been given compliments for some of them because there's just a lot of history that a lot of people don't know, and it's because it's either not told or you're not exposed to it. I guess I'm really blessed that I am, and will continue. So if any of you have any suggestions, just shoot them to me, and I will make sure that they get the recognition that they should. I've been a little lax for the past couple of days. I haven't done it, so I've got a little catching up to do. With that in mind, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Ceron Allen and the KOPMN for his dedication to the youth of Delray Beach for 30 years. A lot of people would be calling a retirement now, but he's still going. And I think that some of the graduates from his program are probably now having children of their own. My third item, I'd like to put in a notification to invite the public and the mayor and commissioners and everybody else who's listening to take heed of the CRA's first Authors Speak series. We are really, really blessed to have Mr. Jason Reynolds come in on February the 20th via Zoom. I think it's Zoom. Stamped Racism, Anti-Racism, and You. It's a remix of the National Book Award winner stamped from the beginning, so that should be a treat. And fourth, but not last, I just emailed each of you and emailed you requesting that you try your best to join the webinar being conducted by the Florida League of Cities. Its topic is going to be short-term rentals. That's going to be February the 16th at 2 p.m. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm going to go to Ms. Jellin. You had your hand up.
Sorry, I spoke too soon. We are requesting a SHADE meeting to discuss the collective bargaining agreement between the City of Delray Beach and the Professional Firefighters Paramedic Palm Beach County, the local IAFF group. We are requesting a SHADE meeting with the commission to further the discussions concerning the negotiations between the city and the union. So at this meeting, I would like to have our pension council as well as our labor council in order to apprise the commission of certain provisions that are the subject of the negotiations. So is it possible to get a date now so that we could properly notice the meeting?
Do it. Let's do it.
We can do it virtually.
Okay. So any suggestions?
I know the union and obviously city would like it as soon as possible.
Well, how about
so-
next week sometime? Or is that what you're looking at?
We can do next week.
We have let's see, we don't have a CRA meeting, do we?
No, that was going to be our 1 week off.
Yeah. Well, we do have the panhandling ordinance, let's not forget. That's on Thursday, so.
Yeah. How about should we just tack it on to the beginning of that?
We
can do that.
Let's do that.
All right.
So that would be February 18th?
Yeah, we'll do it at noon.
Yeah.
And then,
So then we won't be virtual then, correct?
Well, that's a good point. We can do it live. We would just go to the conference room. We'll socially distance ourselves. There's plenty of room in there for everybody.
Okay, thank you. What time on the 18th, excuse me?
Noon, so maybe we can get something in there for everybody in case you didn't get the bite, because it's going to be a long afternoon as well, so it might not be a bad idea just to provide something. All right, is that all you needed? All right, very good. So moving on to, I think Vice Mayor, you spoke, right? Yep, okay. Just one thing for me, just the COVID situation. I definitely want to get an update for the commission, if we can get it in writing or something, so that it will follow through what's happening, how we're getting any responses. And we have of course, I know that Shirley Ezra over at the Housing Authority is really working hard to try to figure out how to get our Section 8 housing seniors these injections. A lot of these members of our community do not even have access to a computer system, and there are other members who can't seem to get appointments. I don't know what our city's doing, but we were really good on the front end of trying to help people to get help when it came to COVID and businesses shutting down, or what was happening with their end of it. We need to probably step in and do that again, but this time for the seniors who have no access, and try and figure out how we can help them to be able to get these injections, especially where they don't have access to computers or are just not capable. So I know that if we had the vaccines coming to us, we would have a much greater ability to be able to service our residents, but unfortunately that's just not happening. So if there's a way that we can kind of pull together, that'd be great. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Can I just add to that, since you brought it up? I had mentioned getting the hotline, the hotline we had up during quarantine, getting that back up. And Salvador's made a good point a few weeks ago about putting the hotline up once we have in our possession vaccines again, like the few hundred that we had before. I would say get it.
That never happened. Yeah, I was going to say that may never happen. If there's a way for us to be able to help, that would be great. And I'm not sure how to do that, but I know that there is an absolute need. And I'm telling you, Melissa McKinley got a tremendous amount of assistance out in the western section of our community, or of our county, just by demanding it. And we're just not being as, I know we're being vocal, don't get me wrong, but I don't know if we're just not squeaky enough or what, but we have got a tremendous need right here. And I just don't know who's navigating.
Yeah, a lot of these people just want to be heard. I answered last week, and I answered 267 emails about the vaccine, and that made about 260 people happy. 7, I can't make them happy, but just, and I didn't have anything. I didn't have a vaccine form. I barely had any more information that was out there. But there are people that that would call the hotline, and they just want to be heard. And I think if we can get that up and running, I think that would be huge.
Yeah. In addition to that, things change. So in other words, the one, site that was once open is no longer open. There's new sites being open, and it's hard to keep up when you're older and trying to make it through the day. So if we can help, that'd be great. Deputy Vice Mayor?
Yes, please. Just found out, and don't know if you had an opportunity, it must have happened while we were in here, that Walmart and Sam's are now going to have the vaccine. It's just amazing how the cities have just been overlooked, and all of these commercial entities that's not their main drive or their main product, and they've got the vaccine and we can't get our hands on any, no matter who's supposed to get them. Seniors, middle-aged, youth, we just can't do it. We've been locked out. Thank you.
Okay. You got it. Lynn Jellin and then Commissioner Casal.
I'm good. Thank you.
So, Commissioner Casal.
I just wanted to follow up on, because the discussion is happening with respect to the letters that were sent both to our state rep and to the governor asking for information. Did we receive any kind of a response, even a response that says we don't have information? Anybody?
Sorry, Commissioner, I had to unmute. No official response. Chief Tommy is certainly on the line, and we are, like I said, we're on those calls every single week. We are very vocal. We're not alone, obviously. There's just no vaccines that are able to be given to us to do what we're trying to accomplish. We've made it known that we're extremely capable. We've made it known that we really would love to take it to the next step and take it to the homes of homebound individuals or to the homes of people that don't have transportation and things of that nature. I mean, we have certainly not just been vocal in what we say, we've been vocal in executing. If there's any, I mean, it's frustrating. We are frustrated.
No, I'm not. And I know that you have. I guess what I'm just wondering is we're not getting any word from up above from anywhere about anything or even responses to our letters. Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for your effort. I appreciate that.
All right, listen, guys, I think this has been a long enough day for everybody, so I'm going to go ahead and if there's nothing else, I'm going to go ahead and close out the meeting. Meeting adjourned.